double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, I just run it up. Never let a hard time humble us. Double up. I ain't telling no lies, I just, yeah. I ain't telling no lies, I just 5, 4, 3, 2, that's time. I got to you that money. My dreams come true. My life in diamonds. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? Turn 7 to a 14, 14 to a whole thing. Lord knows it's a cold game. Switched up on you hoes, man. Big body take both lanes. Backseat blowing propane. All black, 5 gold chains. Young rich nigga bossed up on his own, man. My new shit sound like a soul train. Tookie Williams over Coltrane. Eric B by the rope chain. RC, we for show bang. Tiny Lokes and they go crazy. What you know about the dope game? Was you born in the 80s? Did your mama smoke cocaine? Have you ever seen the whole thing? But you drove to the streets cause you grew up on show change. Fucked up when the dope age. It remind me when these rappers drop duds and they quotes change. Had to part with the low fade. I was standing in front of Knicks with my sack for the whole day. Drive-bys, I was road rage. We park and hop out, learn levels to this whole thing. Old school play the OJs, trying to make a slow change. Mama still slaving for a low wage. Trying to double up. Yeah. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, I just run it up. Never let a hard time humble us. Double up. I ain't telling no lies, I just, yeah. I ain't telling no lies, I just 5, 4, 3, 2, that's time. I got to you that money. My dreams come true. My life in diamonds. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? Who knew?
I leave it behind if you let me. Ironic, I drown just to hold you down. I jump off the ledge if you're with me. I break you up, you just let me down. Let me down.
Get my own money and chain too.
Let me down.
Whoa. It's hard to catch what you can't see. I grew up to be who I wanna be, so the more niggas talk, I'ma shine. Might have been way before it's time. Posted with my back against the wall. Life is a bitch, but she mine. The rag 6 do, yeah, it's mine. The west side too, yeah, it's mine. What you know about? Your poster on the wall at the dealership. Leaving in the bed, legs trembling. Getting banged on for your penalties. What you know about? Your response be the reason you exist. Lucky I ain't get caught up in the twist. Young nigga, blue pager on my hip, so that's a champagne spill and the car accelerate and the P gon' cry. I'll be going to the bank at least 3-4 times. Get handshakes from the branch managers. We keep doing fly shit when the cameras cut.
Double up. Yeah. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, I just run it up. Never let a hard time humble us. Double up. I ain't telling no lies, I just, yeah. I ain't telling no lies, I just
5, 4, 3, 2, that's time. I got to you that money. My dreams come true. My life in diamonds. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? Who knew?
it behind if you let me. I'd rather got drowned just to hold you down. I'd jump off the ledge if you with me. I'll bring you up, you just let me down. Let me down. Let me down.
We ain't gotta be up, we together, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been trying to be clear in my feelings, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been overthinking, we ain't really even got a name. We'd be so much better misunderstood. We'd be so much better misunderstood. But you don't believe me. I try to do it, I push them back anytime you come and see me. Is it mine or mine? All I know it just feel right. Don't it feel right? Hey, my thoughts doing what they wanna. Got me thinking that I might can't have it like I want you. Oh, you know I'm no good at reasons. Holding back, I try to just get me deeper. We ain't gotta be up, we're together, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been trying to be clear in my feelings, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been overthinking, we ain't really even got a name. We'd be so much better misunderstood. So much better misunderstood. You touch me and my whole mind just go blind. Try not to think of my thoughts point your way. I'm missing you, but I got no right. You're the only one I see. So much for open minds. Fighting, fucking fighting. That's the way we love, and damn, I love you. Playing games just to get a reaction, pushing buttons. You know I'm no good at reasons. Hold it back, I try to just get me deeper. We ain't gotta be up together, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been trying to be clear in my feelings, girl. Maybe we're better misunderstood. I've been overthinking, we ain't really even got a name. We'd be so much better misunderstood. We'd be so much better misunderstood. Maybe we're better misunderstood.
That's who's standing here today. The world heavyweight champion. Only one.
Yeah.
And you're looking. Oh, girls, I can't stand it. Now I gotta talk. We all gotta be quiet. Nikita Koloff, we've only just begun.
Woo! Boy, floating down shit's creek. Who gon' need the paddle when the shit's deep? Yeah. We ain't Bobby Smurder, but it click deep. Caught about a week ago, we were this week. Fuck with me. Boy, floating down shit's creek. Who gon' need the paddle when the shit's deep? Yeah. We ain't Bobby Smurder, but it click deep. Caught about a week ago, we were this week. I just want it all, I just want it all. Even when I'm knowing that ain't shit cheap. I just pray to God, I just pray to God. Oh Lord, you done made my wrist weak. Jump man, you can call me Agile. Pulling out the line like I'm Django. Fucking Rick Brown. Pulling out the table like a shell. I just got some motherfucking. Put them bitches bitches all up in the Lancaster. Took the bitch and flew out to South Beach. That's how you put a doll in the sandcastle. Done know, we done blow. I can live without a magazine cover. But shout out to my niggas from the XL. All I need is magnesium rubbers. And for the competition, let the sex sell. Side this, dog, you talking about the fucking my bitch. Oh, let's keep it real, I never eat you, baby. Mama, but I treat it like a side dish. Dog, don't get it fucked up. Last time I ain't had time for it. But today I got time for it. Nigga dressing up in time for it. Just to get the... Like my dog's trying to encore it. Oh my God. You a hating nigga, oh my mom. And no lie, I be on my job. A lot of niggas DJing with it talking, but they don't want to drive. We a different kind of sinister. Rolling presidential, but the prime minister. Niggas got a chopper and a 9mm. Luke Kang niggas, I can fly finisher. Woo! Ric Flair. The bitches love me, I'm a Ric Flair. Ric Flair. The bitches love me, I'm a Ric Flair. Ric Flair. The bitches love me, I'm a Ric Flair. Nigga Ric Flair. Yeah, the money long like my bitch, yeah. All these bitches, she know. All these niggas, she know. All these bitches, she know. All these niggas, she don't know. All these niggas, she know. All these niggas, yeah. All these niggas, she don't know. Look, I'm sorry, nigga, you forced it. Fuck it, just say you love it and forfeit. All my brothers gone corporate. I see us #1 on this Forbes list. My closet still covered in Jordans. Still thugging, still rugged. Niggas still can't fucking afford us. About to pay the lawyers off for my nigga Kells. We still talking like his cell phone's in his cell. I touch down just like it's NFL. Then I'm in the SSL. Then I'm in a shorty named Vanessa Cell. I'm pulling off the SLS, sipping VSOP. And get me stressing, yes, I'm calling up the SODs. Abbreviation talk, bang, bang, hate the talk. We pulling up and matching cars cause we hate the walk. With more problems always coming from this dope shit. Whole shit, wanna stop your whole cash flow shit. Put your feelings in the air, niggas wanna whole shit. Whole shit, hate the man that opened the door shit. I'm only fucking with my nigga Sasha. A lot of niggas is some rich imposters. Thick women whipping pasta plus sipping vodka. Never fucked the money up, don't think the shit was flocker. Back when play was playback, you knew the kid from way back. We made back major, I got aggressive van, laid back haters. But niggas ain't got nothing against me, they just hate that paper. Well, take that hater. I think it's clear I hit the plateaus and the platform. I bring it back like the afro. And the platforms and plus the platinum. That's the young girl. I'm balling like it's Air One here. I'm off stage. There you go. White bitches yelling, fuck yeah.
Let me get straight to something. There you go. Much more soothing for a nice Sunday evening. Salute. What's going on, my people? How we doing, my peoples? Let my people go. What's popping? Infamous Mr. Squirrel Sniper in the building. Huh? Oh shit, we got Dino in the building now. Salutes Dino. Salutes Alki. There you go. Sote in the building. Dr. Wake Walker in the building. Shawnee Boy in the building. My man GA in the building. What's going on, peoples? What's going in? I hope everybody's well. Hey, I've got a crazy, well, not a crazy guy, but there's a man outside my house. He keeps on going up and down in his brand new Lamborghini, right? So if you hear something like a dragon, right, just don't be scared. It's probably a Lamborghini driving past the house, right? I'm surprised you can't even hear it. Hold on. Brand new Lamborghini. He can't get enough of it. He can't get enough. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, excuse me. You're he. Mic check. You're he. I hope I ain't too loud or too quiet. I hope I'm just in a Goldilocks zone, you know. I don't really test out my mic that much. I really should, but you know. Yesterday was quite funny, wasn't it? Yesterday's, eh? Yesterday's. That was hilarious. I need a drink. Give me a sec. There we go. I respect Squirrel. Respect. Do us a favor, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button for your boy. Hit that like button. Don't be a 23, right? Don't be a 23. You hit that like button for your boy. You hit that like button for your boy. There we go. So yeah, yesterday, where was we? We was going over the Dave Weiss and Nat Chiquetta interview that was presented by Awake Souls. That was quite interesting. That's quite interesting. So yeah, I heard them mention about Dave and Rowanna. All right, Dave and Rowanna. So that was quite interesting. So I think we might have to take a look at that one today. Definitely. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, in my opinion, Dino, I know you went to chop the wood up, right? I remember that. I hope you got all your work done. But I think you may have missed possibly the best part of the show. I think you missed the best part of the show, Dino. All right. Let me see if I can get it. 1 second. Just for Dino quick. Hopefully I can get in there. Give me a second. All right, this is for Dino, right? Because not even probably. You did, right? I put it out there. You did, right? This is what you missed, my boy. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna bring you up to speed. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. I'm gonna bring you up to speed, right? This is what you missed. Let's quickly take a little recap from yesterday, just towards the end part of the show, right? This is what we got into. Mm. Have a listen, Dino, right? And we can build on this if you want. Let me know. I dropped the link down. We can build on it, but you know how it goes.
And Kerman Zara and what?
Watch it.
If. Move the kiss. If it rises, it will be in the desert of flight. Be on the eye and sclera.
Be on the eye and sclera, right? That's what they're telling you, right? Look, the sclera, right? This is what they're telling you. The eye, the sclera, right? Be on the eye, the sclera. Now, where else do we see that? What else did we just looked at a second ago? Look what these boys are saying now, right? We go over to here. What do you think they're trying to show us when they show us these type of things? Look at the whiteness of it, right? That's the sclera. They're trying to show you the whiteness of it, the sclera, right? The sclera, the whiteness. That's what you're getting on the X-ray image. That's what they're showing you, right? Okay. Dope. Hey, Skrill, I like that. Solera, yeah. And look, it is the solar system, right? After all, it is the solar system. Donut. Donut. Real shape of our infinite solar system, right? Dartboard. The dartboard, remember? Right in the middle is the bullseye, right? That's what they're showing you. Scalera. Told you. It's different. That's why they don't come around. Because I'm onto them. I do it different. Right? We do our own type of investigation. Look, the Scalera, that's what they're showing you. That's a bit of food for thought there. Bit of food for thought. Look, the Scalera, that's what they're showing you. Right? If it rises, it will be in the desert of flight, be on the eye of the Scalera. Right? Opposite water snail. Remember, snail is really the lens. The lens is the snail. Right? Okay. Crazy. I know. They're gonna say, London, you're reaching, man. That don't mean that. What does it mean then? You tell me what it means. Oops, what happened? Refreshed. There you go, Dino. That was for you. Oh, hold on. Got this part here as well. You're looking down from above. Yeah, they said many things in that. Yeah, we said. It's only right I showed you guys that, since we're on this flat earth talk. There you go. What else did I have real quick before we get out of here? Before we get out of here, what do we have? Hmm. Won't do that one. No, I'll leave that till next time. Where's my other stuff gone? Yeah, no, I'll leave that till next time. Been on for 4 hours. I didn't want to stay on for that long. Didn't want to stay on for that long, but So yeah, what's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? Who's out there? Who's out there? Show yourself. Show your blood clot self. Who's out there? My man Skrill's out there. I know that. There you go. Got ants in the building. Look at the white. Who's out there? My man Skrill's out there. I know that. Look, crazy. It's crazy. I can't make this shit up. And then look at that. Your boy Ants came in with the Spanish translation. Escalera is for ladder, right? It's for ladder. Look at that. It means ladder. And look what we got. We've got the ladder reaching for the sclera, right? The white parts, the white blue part sclera. Right, so that was interesting. That was bloody interesting. I can't make this shit up. He said it means ladder. Brilliant stuff, Ants. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. That's what, hey, and you can tell you're on the right team, right? You can tell you're on the right team, right? All right. Mm, brilliant. Brilliant. That just tied it off. That just tied it off. That tied the knot. That tied the knot. Oh, who we got down there? All right, all right. Somewhere in time in the building. Ruled by Saturn in the building. Random, aka Shawnee Boy in the building. Lizzo French in the building still. Wicked. That's it. It's good folks around me. That's what I like. My good folks around me. All right. One day. Hopefully they would understand. Look, what are they showing off? The Scalera, right? What are we looking at? The Scalera, right? Mm? Crazy. Crazy. Hey, this is also for Awake Minds, right? If you're watching Awake Minds, if you're watching, this is it. This is what I was trying to explain to you earlier via the message. Odin's eye, Odin Allah, Odin. Maybe we're in the creator's eye, right? You mentioned Odin, my avatar, but we over here, we talk about Odin Allah. Remember, this is them, it's not me. I'm just reporting back to my people, right? I'm just reporting back to my people. All right, keep that in mind. There's a nebula right there. Wild. Not only that, man said ladder. Ladder. Scalera. Ladder. Oh, we're cold. We're cold. We're cold. We're cold. Hey, they're probably gonna flag this stream now. Guarantee you watch by the end of the night, it's not gonna be there. They're gonna bloody remove. Thank God they didn't, right? Thank God they didn't. Thank God they didn't. Yeah, that was good stuff. Let me quickly get back in the chat with you folks. That was good stuff. That was good stuff. We're connecting different dots out here, right? We're connecting different dots. We're not just echoing, I suppose. But I mean, I suppose it's good to echo, but when you repeat too much of the same stuff, no new information, then it becomes a bit, but it's fucking wild. But yeah, as we're here now, as we're here, we might as well go ahead and what did you say? You told me about the ladder in the sky and how tethers were attached to the firmament. Interesting. Interesting. You tell me in the building what's happening. What's happening? The color thing in the eye around the pupil is a torus shape. Interesting. Retina is the Skynet, bro. Wild, right? This is what I like to see, people throwing things out there. This is good. This is good. At least I'm getting your mind turning, right? The cogs turning. The cogs turning. That's good. That's good. Don't worry, we're gonna get back into some more stuff. I came across something today actually that I wanna present a bit later. You know how it goes. We have our little spill, we shoot the shit, right? And whoever stays around, you get to witness some amazing stuff towards the end, right? Whoever stays around towards the end, you get to witness London cook for a little while. You know how it goes. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring it different. So you stick around, you're in for a treat, right? Right. All right, let's get into a bit of Mr. David Weiss and Roseanne Barr.
Hey everyone, it's Jake Pentland. I just wanted to drop in for a couple seconds before this episode starts and update you on a few things. I got to do it quick because I don't want you to miss this episode. It's a great one. We have Flat Earth Dave, and yes, we are doing a Flat Earth episode. Me and my mom are not Flat Earthers, but we believe that everybody has a right to be listened to and talked to, and he is a great guest. And I'll be honest with you.
All right, he started off by saying him and his mother are not flat earthers. All right, this gentleman is going to be interviewing Dave and Roseanne, but he started off by saying him and his mother are not flat earthers. So he's going into this interview, you could say, with an open mind, right? Open-minded. Let's keep going.
I feel very different after listening to him than I do before. I won't say I'm a flat earther or anything like that, but I highly suggest you just listen and keep an open mind. It's going to be a fun one. It'll also be low in ads. I know we've done a lot of ads lately. I'm going to knock them out now, just 2. And you can enjoy it pretty much ad-free after that. But the real reason I'm here is to tell you that everything's fine. My mother is starting a treatment that's making her very, very tired. Again, she's fine, but I am in a doctor's office. And the reason I'm telling you this is because we did not get to do the episode we wanted to do this week. We were going to do Flat Earth next week because of all the big news with the debate and the Supreme Court rulings. We really wanted to get to you, but my mom is just not up to it. We will be here next week to talk. It'll just be me and my mom. We'll be talking about the debates and the Supreme Court rulings, and it's going to be great. So this week, 4th of July with your family, enjoy Flat Earth. Take your mind off. We got a long road till the election, so tune in, tune out, drop out, whatever you want to say, and enjoy this episode. So with that said, I'm just going to knock out a couple ads so you can enjoy it. I never get to do the ads, so I'm a little excited because I think I'm probably going to be really good at it. So this episode is brought to you by TWC. We've done ads for them a million times. You know, they do the contagion kit and the emergency medical kit. We love them. We know the bird flu, what do you call it? The new vaccine just got approved by Moderna. So they're really going to push that bird flu bullshit. And you want to be prepared because that's probably how they're going to try and steal the election with the mail-in votes like they did last time. So the Wellness Company, which if you don't know what it is, you should if you've listened to this episode, but if you don't, they sell these medical emergency kits. They contain 8 life-saving medications, our favorites like ivermectin, amoxicillin, a Z-Pak. There's a guidebook on how to take it. It's a medical emergency kit. It folds up, you store it in your closet, and if something happens, an outbreak, you don't feel well, you're worried, you'll have the medications you need right there in your kitchen pantry or wherever you keep it safe. Ordering your kit takes less than 2 minutes, and it couldn't be simpler. So you want to go to twc.health/RB and use code RB to purchase your kit. You get $30 off and free shipping. Whether it's the bird flu or monkeypox or COVID, they've got you covered. Cyber attacks, drug shortages, whatever you need, you'll have it in this kit. So again, go to twc.health/RB and use RB at checkout. The other thing I want to remind you to do is rblikesgold.com. We have not been pushing that gold. We've been doing too many ads, and I didn't want to bug you guys with 30 ads a show. I think there's more than enough. So if you really want to support us, we don't make you go to the show. We don't have a Patreon. YouTube has demonetized us. Really, the best way to support us is to click on these ads and buy the product. I mean, I wouldn't force you to do it, but it does help. And if you go to rblikesgold.com, you can buy gold and silver and protect yourself. We already know how important that is. I don't need to sell you on it, but you can also do an IR.
We're going to be talking about Flat Earth, and we have Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth Dave. I'm so intrigued by the whole Flat Earth thing.
Yeah, I saw Eddie Bravo on your show, and you had this aha moment, and we clipped it, and it went kind of viral in the truth community. So that's how we ended up together here. Well, before we start, I wanted to tell you a quick story about how you got me to take a big step in my truth career.
Oh, cool.
So I had a podcast years ago called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. And before that, I was doing a lot of truth telling and exposing things. And I was at a music festival walking around with chemtrail signs.
I knew it. He's pendant. He's showing you something with his pendant and on the globe itself. He's showing you something. Remember, the globe is the eye, and within the he's showing you, boy. Oh man, I can't even make this shit up. Even look at the lens. Look at the little opening. All right, it's got that little. So I can't even zoom in on this one. Hold on a second. Give me a sec. Make it smaller than zoom in. Look at the opening, right? It's showing you. He knows. He knows. He knows. He's showing you in plain sight, man. This guy knows. He knows about the eye.
Pointing out that they're spraying the sky in 2012, and I was into a lot of other things, but I was always afraid to say really what I thought on some political things and whatnot. And then later that evening, you come out on stage. You were on tour. I think you were running for president.
Yeah.
And you made a speech, and you
Running for president? Roseanne ran for presidency? Whoa, I didn't know that. America, boy. You don't put anybody in that chair.
held nothing back. And I stood there and I watched the whole thing, and I'm like, maybe I should just say what's on my mind. And that was a pivot point in my life. That's probably how I ended up here.
That's
then.
cool. I
Yeah.
remember that speech. That was with Cynthia McKinney, right?
I'm not sure who it was
On
with, but
chemtrails?
it was no.
Gathering of the Vibes.
You Gathering of the Vibes
Oh,
Music
Gathering of the
Festival
Vibes.
in Bridgeport,
Oh.
Connecticut.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah. And I didn't even know that you were there. All of a sudden you were on stage, and I was like, wow, she really doesn't hold back. And I was like, I'm not going to hold back anymore. So thank
That's
you.
good. You're welcome. I don't think any of us should hold back as
That-
long as we're not inciting anything bad or
Sure.
doing the things that we shouldn't be doing. But when we're putting puzzle pieces together about what they're doing to us in our world, I mean, it is dangerous for sure to tell that kind of truth, but we have to do it. We have to.
Right. I kind of I 100% have dedicated my life to this message. People that are listening right now, some of you are triggered, some of you are very happy that I'm here, but I'm assuming there's a lot of people that are triggered. Why are you even talking about this subject? It's ridiculous. And that's what I said when I first heard about it. On my I was doing a conspiracy podcast on all of the big events that had happened, and people started sending me flat earth stuff, and I just delete, and then they kept sending it, and they posted things on my Facebook. I'm like, ban for life, ban for life, ban for life. I was like, this is so stupid. But then a good friend, truther, Sophia Smallstorm, who did some truth documentary, she's like, Dave, I think the earth might be flat. And she sent me a couple of videos. I was like, okay, I'm going to debunk these. I didn't go in and say, let me see. I went in with a bad attitude.
Yeah.
And for 2 weeks I tried, and I just kept getting fed more and more and more content. I went out, I tested some things myself. I got a super zoom camera. I zoomed in on things that should be behind 60 feet of curvature or more, and I could see them. So I immediately defaulted to, well, the earth is just bigger. The curvature formula is wrong. And then when I went and verified these things, we can see too far. And then everything else started falling into place. Like water needs to be contained. What the science of water is, water at rest lies flat, and it needs to be contained. A pond, it has a shoreline that's higher than the water, right? Lower some of that shoreline and the water will flow away because it needs to be contained. So the world is like a big pond. All of the oceans of the world, think of it as a pond. All of the continents, think of them as just islands.
What you're really trying to say is crater Earth, like a big pond. Like we've been saying over here, more crater Earth, right? If everything's in ponds, that would make it a crater Earth, not a flat Earth. Majority would be a crater, right? You might get a few flat bits here and there, but majority would be crater because there's more water than there is land, apparently, right? So you're gonna have to contain the waters. So it would be more of a crater. You dig?
And what's containing our pond? Well, the highest land on Earth by more than double the next average height of any continent is Antarctica. Antarctica is more than double the height of any other continent on average. So Antarctica is the shoreline around our world.
Well, how do you explain when they go up in space and look down and the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. So NASA admits they don't have any photos of Earth.
Yeah.
They say they're all put together in composite. The one picture that showed up was called on everyone's iPhone when the iPhones came out was called the Blue Marble. And Robert Simon, who's a NASA visual artist, explained in an interview that he made it all from data, and he used Command Z a lot, and he stamped clouds in there using the same clouds multiple times, and he literally made it in Photoshop. And he admits it. NASA admits they don't have any real photos of Earth other than one that was taken from the moon in 1972 or whatever year it was, and that's called the Blue Marble. I forget what they call that one, but we took that picture that NASA took right off their website. We put it into Photoshop, and we cranked up the levels, and the Earth had a box around it, like it was cut and pasted right in there from NASA's website. Yeah.
Well, why would they want us to believe that it's round?
There we go. We're already there. That's a very good question. That's where we all default to, and we'll get into that more. But the reason they want you to believe you live on a ball is because they're hiding who we truly are. They're hiding more resources. Think about this. Every war, what is that about? Land, resources, power.
Ports.
Right? What if there's more land? What if they tell us there's 8 or 9 continents or whatever the number is now?
I think
What
it's
if there's
7.
8? What if there's 80 or 90,000 continents across the plane beyond Antarctica? There's all now, and here's the thing. There's in the flat Earth community, there's people like, don't talk about more land. You know, you can prove the Earth is flat. We can prove the Earth is flat right here from everything that we can reach and test and measure ourselves. What's beyond Antarctica is speculation, but there's lots of evidence that there's more land beyond the shoreline of Antarctica.
So you're saying that, like, okay, wait a minute. So it's like a pie, and Antarctica is the pie crust?
Well, it's not just the crust. And imagine a lake 100 miles across in the middle of.
You know what came to my attention when he mentioned the numbers of the continents, right? Because you got to remember, we're talking about a mirrored realm. So if there's possibly 7 continents, I think there's 8 planets within our solar system, right? Could that mean like 7 big craters within the solar system? I wonder if that's 8 craters. I wonder if the missing continent would make up the 8th planet. I wonder if that's us. I wonder if the missing continent would make up the 8th continent, like the 8th planet or something like that, because they got rid of a planet. All right, so are we missing a continent? Just food for thought.
Of Kansas. Okay. And at the center of that lake is a magnetic mountain, a mountain made from a magnet, just a magnetic mountain. So no matter where you are on that lake, your compass will point to the middle of the lake. You with me? So south is every direction away from the middle. So south, if this is the middle, south is that way, and south is that way, and south is that way, because the compass will always be pointing towards the middle. East and west are circles around the middle. East and west are circles. This is the Gleason's map that used to be in all of the textbooks and encyclopedias and libraries, and they removed it. Right? So if you go east and west, you can go right all the way around, maintaining your east or west direction, and then end up right back where you started from. Right? If you walked around your neighborhood, does that make your neighborhood a sphere? No, you're just walking around it. If the center of your neighborhood was the North Pole, the compass would point to the north.
Right. No, it makes sense. But what compass are you talking about? Any compass will do this?
Any compass. A compass points a compass points towards
north.
a magnetic force coming out of our north. If you got a table, get like a nice strong neodymium magnet, put it on a table, draw a big circle around it, and put a compass near it. That's going to take over. It's going to be stronger than the magnetic pole, and your compass will point to that. And try to push that compass west. You're going to have to keep turning to maintain a west heading, because if you go straight, you're going to be going away from that magnet, and the north will be that way, and the
because
south.
on a different plane. It makes
Yeah, you're
makes
just
sense.
going to go. You're just going to go straight.
But I'd like to spend, before we get into why are they doing it, I'd like to spend more time in your research, because I find this,
Sure.
because I just to be clear, I think you're probably a little bit more open-minded than I am. I'm like you were when you started. I don't believe in flat Earth. We had Eddie Bravo on.
Yep.
I love Eddie. It was a great episode, but he's the one that gave me your number. We've been trying to book this for a long time, but I think flat Earth is absolutely crazy. So I would like, I have a bunch of questions. I know you've
I
gone on
think
a lot.
most people do.
No, most
Well-
people think it's crazy. So I would like you to actually convince me as a crazy skeptic with
Sure.
with some real info, because most people watching.
But I
assume
mean, this whole thing
are like
about
me.
Antarctica is so intriguing to me because I know about Project High Jump and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah. So
I know it's like we're not supposed to know about Antarctica.
Admiral Byrd did a Project High Jump, the high land that's containing our waters, and in the 1940s and 50s, and he said he found more land bigger than the United States on the other side of the South Pole. Well, that would be, from where he went from, that would be like near Australia or Africa. You think they would notice a continent the size of the United States? And he said there's also warmer lands there, which doesn't make any sense. And then he announced that on a national news show, and 6 months later he died suddenly in his sleep
Right.
somehow.
Yeah.
So when you say most people think the Earth is flat, this is a heat map of my app, the Flat Earth Clock app, and these are just the people. These are just the people that have my app, which is less than 1% of flat earthers.
That's scary. That's like the Megan's Law website with the. I don't like to see that many people. There's that many people that are on your app.
This is the UK.
Wow,
Right?
that's
and so
impressive.
Wow.
they're everywhere. There's over 180,000, 185,000 now that are on the app. And that's way less than 1% of the flat earthers out there. Because once you discover this, once you take the time to see the truth, several things will happen. One, you'll never forget it. Two, you'll wonder how you ever believed in the ball. I was a diehard globalist, right? Everything globe.
See, they're trying to push you away from the globe, right? But they're not telling you about the inside of the globe. That's what they're not explaining to you. The inside of the globe, inside of the egg, hollowness, the hollow earth. All right, Richard. Look, if they're gonna talk about high jump, right, deep freeze, clearly they're touching on E-Bird, right? But they stay away from the hollowness of it. That's the thing with the flat earthers. They stay away from the hollowness that Richard spoke about and that ancients have spoke about. The mundane egg. They stay away from the mundane egg, right? Because it's hot stuff. I'll tell you that much. It's hot stuff.
And we'll get more into why the lie, but it's about controlling you. Like, if you don't know that there's more resources, if you don't know that there's more land, if you don't know that you're at the center of creation, you don't know who you are, you can easily be controlled by the government. Govern, control, ment is
Mhm.
the mind,
Right.
right?
So the teaching of the earth.
She said, right, like she didn't know that. Huh? You've been on you've been on the TV for how long? And you didn't know that? Yeah, right.
Is round. I watched a little bit on you. You're saying that's a relatively new
So in
teaching, like 100 years ago, apparently.
Well,
everybody. You said back in the days they used to teach everybody believe flat Earth, like to the 1800s, early 1900s.
yeah. So
Christopher Columbus, didn't he prove that it was round?
That's a
by
good
going
question.
by sailing over the ocean and everything.
Well, by looking at an orange and seeing. That's
So
what we were taught.
these
what I
are
was taught.
stories told to us by the victors, right? The
Right.
controllers. So these are just stories. I never met Christopher Columbus. I don't even know if he existed. And a lot of these characters from our past, like Eratosthenes, 2,000 years ago in Greece, he did a sticks and shadows experiment, and they pushed that through everybody. Carl Sagan pushed it in the Cosmos series, and it's in school books. And that is like one of the top proofs that kids are taught that the Earth is a globe with the sticks and shadows experiment. And they say it could only happen on a globe, but it actually in the flat earth model, it works perfectly. In the flat earth model, the sun is small and close, right? We don't know what the sun is. It's just in the sky. It's small and close. So get 2 beer bottles on a desk and then hold a light over one of them. There'll be no shadow.
2 beer bottles. By any chance, would those beer bottles be Coronas? Coronas, Dave? You like Coronas, Dave? Corona?
And the other one will have a shadow. You
Right.
can use the same math that Eratosthenes did to figure out the sphericity of your table, which is flat.
So just to explain the shadows and rods, if you have a curve of the earth and you put up dominoes, right, and you shine the sun, the ones that are on the curve would have a longer shadow. So that's how they prove the earth is round, because look over here, it's casting a longer shadow because the sun's up there, where like a sundial directly at noon, there's no shadow.
Right.
Proving the earth is round. It looks like this.
And Eratosthenes assumed that all sun rays come in parallel from a distant sun, which causes multiple problems because no one has ever seen parallel sun rays. Go out when the sun is out and the clouds are like broken up and look at the rays. They come out crepuscular. They spread out, right? But on a flat Earth with a small local sun, you can get the same results as on a ball. But they don't teach you that in school. They teach you that the only answer is a ball.
That makes sense. So just in case, I'm sure you understand, but if our listeners don't, if it's a small sun closer to the earth, then the angle of the shadow would still work on a flat earth model. But if it is the big sun, it's 9 million times bigger than us or whatever the math is, that would not work because it would be so massive. It would only work.
They say that the sun is so big and it's so far away, 93 million miles, that the rays come in essentially parallel. But no one has ever seen parallel rays. And back at the time of Eratosthenes, they believed in a geocentric Earth, whether flat or globe, I don't care. They believed that the sun went around the Earth. How do you have a 93 million mile away giant sun circling a tiny little Earth?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So they literally get their stories are crisscrossing. They make absolutely no sense, and people just short circuit. They're like, I just want to get an A on the test. I just want to get that right.
If the sun is large and we are going around it, that math works.
And when
are we circling the sun?
No, the sun circles us.
What?
This is why I love flat Earth theory. He's so convinced.
The sun circles us.
Yeah. So I'm just on. This is going super fast.
We don't move.
Do you feel like you're moving? You might, but
no, I never do. And I always wonder that if we're supposed to be spinning at something like 365,000 miles per second, how come nobody's hair is moving?
Inertia. Newton's.
Right. Well, they say because the air is velcroed to the Earth by gravity.
Yeah.
And the air is spinning. And because the Earth is this is the official story. Because the Earth has been spinning so long, the friction of the mountains and the topographical of the surface of the Earth has made all of the air spin with us. But a summer breeze can blow left and right and up and down, right? The sun goes around.
Your YouTube. And not to be a nerd, but
the sun circles us, so the whole solar system is wrong.
If you're a flat earther,
the other planets.
Well, let's go there in a second. But the sun goes around.
I love this shit.
And wherever the sun is, it's noon.
Okay.
And so the sun is a small.
It's wild, right? Because even when I'm thinking about this now, the way how they're describing it, it sounds like they're describing lensing, right? I'm not saying the sun is coming in with parallel lines, right? But just imagine if it was. The idea of the lensing is to converge the light, converge the rays that would come in, right? It would bring it to a singular point, make it more. How can I describe it? I need to show it to you guys, because that's what I think either the sun is doing. I think the way how it's coming out. What's that way? How they call it again? Crepuscular rays, right? I wonder if that's the form of lensing, the after effect of the lensing. I wonder if that's what's going on there. The crepuscular rays is the form of the lensing. I have to look into that. That's interesting.
All local light. Now, a lot of globe anti-flat earthers and even some flat earthers will say the sun's 3,000 miles high and 30 miles wide. That works, but it could be 1,500 miles wide and 15 miles wide, or it could be 7,500 miles high and 7.5 miles wide. Scaling and variance, we don't know. I'm making no claims on what the sun is, where it is, other than it's a local light, which we can prove by its rays. Go out on a moonlit night when there's scattered clouds, and you'll see that the moon is only lighting the clouds that are right next to it.
Mhm.
If it was 250,000 miles away, it should light up all of the moon, all of them. What's the question you just asked? You asked me a question. All the other planets.
Yeah, because we can see stars moving in the sky, and we can track Mars and Jupiter and all that stuff.
Yeah. So
if there's no solar system, there's no planets.
Right.
rotating.
When you look at planets, I want to keep this really simple. There's a thing called the inverse square law. Oh, the math, people freak out. It's very easy. When you have an object and it's a certain size, move it farther or move it twice the distance away and it'll be a quarter of the size.
Right.
Okay. And it's the same with the brightness. If I have something that's 4 lumens here, I double it, it's 1 lumen.
Right.
Right. It's a quarter. And it's the same as you get closer. When you go out at night and look at I like looking at Jupiter because it's the brightest star.
Right.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
It's brighter than any other star, right? It's as bright as the sun, but it's just very small. So Jupiter, they tell us, is a gassy planet, and it's 4 times farther away from the sun than we are. So if our giant sun was right next to us, it would fill the whole sky, right? Mm-hmm. We move it 93 million miles away, and it's the size of a coin held at arm's length, right? That's how we see the sun. Mm-hmm. If we doubled that distance, it would be like the size of an eraser, like the end of an eraser. And if we doubled it again, so now it's 4 times farther, it would be pretty small. It would be very small. Mm-hmm. So if you were on Jupiter, that sun is literally like a large star at best. And you have to believe that that distant sun is lighting up Jupiter. That light is reflecting off of the gassy surface, which isn't very reflective, all the way back to your eye, 400 million miles away, and we see it as bright as the sun. Mm-hmm. You're seeing a light in the sky named after a god. That's all I can say.
Let me ask you this. What would, because I'm not an astronomer, what would an astronomer say to your claim here? Would he blow it out of the water, or he just change the subject?
Pretty much just change the subject. So what about the moons going around Jupiter? There are 4 little lights that do move around Jupiter. And if you pre-assume that it's a globe and that those are other smaller globes going around, you could do that. But, this is the famous picture of Jupiter. Yeah. And this one here is a couple years later. They said we saw the northern lights. This is actually from NASA, this one. And look at those northern lights. Does it look stupid?
Yes, it looks like a bad
It's so stupid, right? And if you compare the pictures of the original Jupiter to the one that was taken years later, all the clouds are in the exact same place. There's no difference. And people just believe that. Yeah. And here's the thing. Yeah, okay. All of our space knowledge, all of the pictures, everything, they all come from NASA. When you look into NASA, if you watch any of my interviews at flatearthdave.com, you'll see I go through the NASA nonsense on the International Space Station, right? They're using green screens and wires, and they flub their lines. They're like, right here in Maine, right next to us. Like, no, you're in space. You're not in Maine. And we catch all of these errors all the time that they keep trying to correct. We catch them and they correct them. Staying out of space for a second. So we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on a globe. The equator spins at 1,000 miles an hour. Right?
I thought it was 20.
It's like just over 24,000 miles around. Okay. Spin around once a day. Gotcha. 1,000 miles an hour. Okay. Right. If you're in Alaska, you're making a much smaller circle. So you're only going like 300 miles an hour. Right. So that's weird. How about a plane taking off in Alaska, landing on the equator in Ecuador on a north-south runway that's moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour? How does it gain that sideways speed? How does it catch up? Right? Flying on an airplane, if you're flying on an airplane, you are instructed to teach the world to treat the world as flat and stationary. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't, you will die. Right. They're just like, it's so big, just treat it as it's flat and stationary. Maybe it's just flat and stationary. Mm-hmm. All observations prove that it's flat and stationary. All observations prove the globe to be a lie. And all of the globe measurements, the radius of the Earth, the diameter, the distances, they're all assumed. There's no science behind them.
Well, I'd like to point out that it is interesting that NASA was funded and started after Operation Paperclip with Nazis, right?
Yeah.
And so I go,
Who
why
are
would
also the same people that went to Antarctica.
right? So
Right.
we're gonna get to
Right?
the fun stuff,
And they tell us
but
that
that is very telling.
Did you know that most of the moon rocks they find in Antarctica? Moon rocks finding in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Right. And the moon rock that we gave to the Dutch government as a gift, one of the astronauts gave them, they wanted to insure it. So the Dutch government, I think it was Dutch, they went to, they had it inspected and they found out that it's wood, it's petrified wood, and it wasn't really a moon rock. Bizarre.
What does NASA say about that?
They don't say anything about it.
Is that
right? We have observations where we can see mountaintops 700 miles away. And from that observer height, which you calculate in using their globe math, and there's actually 4 formulas to calculate the curve of the Earth. We use the one that gives the globe the benefit of the doubt. That's actually less. And at 700 miles away from that altitude, the tops of those mountains should be over 50 miles below a physical curve, but they all are right there. They're all visible. You know what they say about that? Nothing. They won't. They can't address it. They just pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, are we in outer space?
The way I describe it is we are in the basement of the universe. We are at the center of creation. If you really want to get into it, on my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, there's a homeschooling section, and there's a section called Schooling Globers, and there's a section there about the toroidal field where we live. You know what a toroid is? It's our heart creates a toroidal field. The Earth creates a toroidal magnetic field where it just kind of circles upon itself. If you see it, you'll know what the shape is.
It's like 2 angel wings, right?
Yeah, and
I've
so
seen
we
that.
live in the plane. It's called the block domain wall in the middle of that toroidal field. I don't have a picture right here, but I'll give you one that you can splice in. And so there's this flat plane. That's where we are on such a big scale. I don't know if our human minds can fully, understand it, but that's where we live. You know,
But we're not in space with other planets.
no,
Oh yeah, she was asking what Jupiter was. That's why I want to get back
yeah.
on track.
So
I'm hearing
these are
TT
lights in the sky they used to be called wandering stars, right? And if you take a telescope and zoom it in on a planet and then bring it over to a star or the moon, it's still in focus. They're all in focus. You can focus beyond it. You can focus in front of it.
True.
And they're all the same. They all appear to be the same distance. So, people say, "What are all astronomers lying? They see these things." I've seen Jupiter. I took 4 years of astronomy in college. I had access to an observatory telescope. We use it all the time. But we're just told that glowing ball with glowing rings is a planet with ice around it that's reflecting light perfectly like a light. Right? When you actually do the math and use actual science and not just use the word science, you ask a glober, what's your best proof of the globe? They go physics, science. That's all they have.
Right.
But they're using pseudoscience. They have no actual backup for what it is.
That one documentary I watched, I talked to Eddie about. He was mad at me for bringing it up, but I like to do it. It was
Behind the Curve.
Was that the one where they were going to do the laser test and then it looked like it proved the Earth was round, and then the guy's fuck, and it ended.
So again, you understand that anything that's a big deception, they'll feed you the opposite.
Right.
They'll give you
disinformation.
the opposite. So Netflix did a hit piece on flat Earth. And we had an experiment where we had a canal, which was level. And along the canal, we had 3 pieces of plywood a mile apart with a hole and all leveled to the level of the pond.
Yes,
and so we can stick a laser right through all 3 of them.
If the Earth is flat.
Because the middle one would have to be higher if the Earth was a globe, right? And before we even got to do it, the lasers, this is like a $40,000 laser with a condenser. It melted. Okay. It literally melted the condenser, so we couldn't use the laser. So we said, well, let's just try it with a light. And we held the light, and the guy said, I can't see the light. And he said, hold it a little higher. And he reached up like this. So what is that, 2 more feet high? He'd have to go up 17 feet higher to, for the curve of the Earth, right? But he held it up, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I see it. And Jaron, he goes, interesting, because it was interesting. Yeah. And that's where they cut it. Before the cut, right after the cut, he brings it down and he goes, oh, I see it again now. So he did see it at that height. The problem was there was a tree with branches, the wind was blowing, all this stuff was happening, but they edited it just to make it look like he proved the Earth was flat. And why is it that flat earthers are the only ones that have ever proven the Earth is a globe with a silly experiment that was cut off in a hit piece?
No, it's a
That
good
was
point.
you don't even get the real information from the experiment.
Did you guys ever end up doing the experiment with the laser? Because I know
No,
that was
no,
big funded.
not again, because there's a lot of logistics and cost.
The only, my only thing with these experiments that are being taken by these quote unquote flat earthers, it seems to be the same bunch of people that's doing it. It's never like new folks that got a new idea and say, hey, it's this. Look what we found. It seems to be the same group that's doing the experiments. All right, but where did this group come from? Who is this group? Who assembled this group?
Cost and
Yeah.
everything. And then the other thing, I'll just bring it up since you brought up that film. They had a ring laser gyro, a very expensive gyro that is set to detect if the Earth is rotating, right? If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, which would bring it around 360 degrees in a day, and it did detect a rotation.
Okay.
Right, and so that was heard and it was said off camera, but he's like, yeah, we don't want the globe believers to hear that, know about that, because they'll go crazy. They use that clip.
Gotcha.
But what they didn't figure out is, what is that 15 degrees measuring? Is it the Earth rotation, or is it that rotation of the sky, the ether that we are in? And so they did a second experiment where they, at the same latitude, they went up 10,000 feet on a mountain and did the same measurement. Now, if the Earth was a globe, it would be the exact same rotational angular speed, and it wasn't. It was different, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth spinning. But that didn't make the movie.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for answering that question. So let's get.
What is spinning?
What is what?
What is spinning?
What is spinning? So all of the stars above us are spinning.
Yeah.
There's some sort of enclosure over us. We'll call it a dome. I don't know if it terminates right outside of Antarctica or if it goes a million miles farther. I don't know.
Right.
Because we're not allowed to explore there. But think about this. So there's a thing called the 3-body problem, right? There's a show on Netflix about the 3-body problem. And you get a supercomputer, you say, I got a sun, it's this big, it's got this much gravity, I got a planet, and I'm putting.
Brilliant show, by the way. Even within that show, right? I think I showed you guys before. There's a part in that show where the woman says, I think it's at midnight, go outside, right, and look to the stars. And the other lady replies, why is that? And she said, have you ever seen the universe wink at you? Right? Have you ever seen the universe wink at you? And man, oh man, the stuff that happens in that for the universe to wink, you see the sky start to crystallize over, right? The sky forms a crystallized shell, like what I've been telling you guys about, the crystal crystallized in the lens. It crystallizes over and a big giant eye appears, right? And it blinks at them. But for that to happen, it crystallizes over first, and then the ceiling comes lower, and you can start to see the mountains and everything else, right? And these things make up the stars it was showing us. When the crystallized came down, when the ceiling came down closer to the earth, it showed you what the stars was. And I think the stars was little mountains and craters, whatever. But that was interesting. It's funny how we mentioned that show, and I mentioned it for different reasons, because they talk about, well, they show you the universe winking and they show you the crystalline ceiling, the lens.
Putting it in orbit, and that computer will figure out what it's going to do for the next 50 years, 100 years, whatever you need. Add one more object into that, either another planet or a moon, and the entire thing goes haywire and no computer can figure out what it's going to do next. That's just with 3 bodies. Think about our solar system. Think about our galaxy, right? They tell us that 85%, somewhere around there, of the stars in our 100 billion star galaxy are binary, which means they're orbiting around each other while they're orbiting the galaxy. So let's just think of a beehive that you just threw a rock into, right? So all of this is going on. The Earth is corkscrewing through space, right? We're corkscrewing through space. We're corkscrewing through space we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. This is the heliocentric model I'm showing you here. So there's the sun, and those are all the planets chasing the sun, spinning. The moons are orbiting them. Everything stays in perfect alignment, perfectly calculable, never ever changes. Right. And all the stars are doing their own thing, but never once in your entire life have two stars ever changed position due to parallax. Never once have two stars crossed each other. That is impossible. Right? See, here's the thing that they'll tell you. Well, they'll say, well, the stars are so far away that even though we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, century after century, it's still not enough to make any parallax. Right? They'll say that, but then they say they know the distance of the stars based on 6 months of being on one side of the sun, 93 million miles over here, and then 93 million miles over here on the other side of the sun. And they say that distance, they can tell parallax. So again, they want their cake, they need it too. Right? So there's parallax when they need it. There's no parallax when we prove it that doesn't. The Great Pyramid of Giza has a shaft that points right towards Polaris, our North Pole.
Right.
But they say, well, the Earth is wobbling, and so it shouldn't be pointing towards Polaris. They say, well, when it was built, it was pointing towards Thuban, a different star, which just happened to be at our northern axis. So how do you well, you can just say no it's not, and they can say yes it is, and you can argue until the cows come home. Do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
Yes.
So besides them having the New World Order, tablets on them, they were a clock. There was a hole in the middle one, and you look through that little hole and it points right towards Polaris. We went there, we verified it, we've done time lapses. It's right there. Right? It was built in 1981. And if the Earth is wobbling like they tell us, it's moving 1 degree every 76 years. So it was up for over 40 years. That would be a half of a degree. The full moon in the sky, 3 of them side by side is 1 degree. So a half a degree is a moon and a half. So Polaris should no longer be lined up with that because it's already moved over a half a degree. But it was still there right in the center. So we started making videos about it. We started talking about it. It started going viral. All of a sudden, boom, a terrorist blew it up. 3 hours later, the bulldozers were there. The entire thing was taken away. No investigation was ever done.
Interesting.
What do you think that means?
Yeah,
because that was an absolute proof that we're not wobbling. And if we're not wobbling, we're not spinning, we're not in a heliocentric world. This is the most important lie over everything. The things that you don't like to talk about that the government and the music industry and the entertainment does to small people and and all of the other stuff, all the health freedom, topic, everything, all the nonsense in politics. The way they get away with this is they have the world believing that they're spinning out of control, flying through an infinite, godless, or distant God universe, that they have no power, that we have no resources, we're overpopulated. They're lying about the population.
I know that.
They're lying about resources. On my YouTube channel, DITRH, it stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. You can find everything at flatearthdave.com. I have a video that shows we were looking at a ship tracking site, and we saw a ship 900 miles inside of the shoreline of Antarctica, a giant ship, 850 meters long. And we looked at where the ship was belonged to, and it came from the nation of Kiribati, Karibati. Ever hear of it? Right. I'm not pronouncing it right, but it's spelled that way. And you zoom in on it, it's a tiny little island in the middle of the South Pacific. Tiny. America and China, they both gave them $10 billion in the last few years. They say it's a very important trade route. Why would a giant ship need to stop at a tiny sandbar in the middle of the Pacific to be an important trade route? Well,
refuel.
They the information was very, very sketchy on that. But if you actually look at the flat Earth map, there was a map that was discovered in a Buddhist temple. A map discovered in a Buddhist temple. It was published in a Hawaiian magazine in 2010. No, 1910. And it shows all of these other continents outside of where we live. Right, so that outer circle would be the shoreline of Antarctica. So imagine we got this piece of paper, and we took a ball and we wrapped it around it. All of those continents are going to get squished to the bottom, They're calling that Antarctica. We're not allowed to explore Antarctica virtually or physically.
Right.
Right? You can go a tour, a guided tour, just to the shoreline, maybe 100 miles inland, but that's it. Right? You're not allowed to go anywhere. So maybe these ships are going out to these outer lands, and that's a big ship. They're not just fishing, right? Maybe they're trading tuna fish, weapons, microchips, children. I don't know. But you've never heard about it until today. And then when you look, I have some videos on my website on the app in the frequently asked questions section. Click the Antarctica button, and there's a whole bunch of videos there that YouTube will never let you see searching on your own. But here's the thing, Dave, where do you get your information from? YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. We get our information from life. YouTube is like life. It's a hosting platform that holds a lot of nonsense and a lot of truth and a lot of less truth now than it used to. Yeah. But you have to sort it out. You have God-given common sense. Right? But we take that from a kid. You put a kid here on Earth and he's sensing the world. Hey, it's not moving. That pond is not moving. Everything is stationary. The stars are moving above me. The sun is moving across the sky. And then you go to school and they go, oh, no. You're spinning faster than the speed of sound. Like when you watch the sunset, it's pretty peaceful. But on the globe, you have to believe that you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound. And the sun is staying still in the sky. Which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the fun stuff because you've done a great job explaining.
Well, do you believe the Nazis went up there to Antarctica?
That's what I want to
and
talk
how
about.
come John Kerry and everybody who gets elected, the first thing they do is go to Antarctica all the time?
So they go to the Antarctica, they call it the South Pole Station, and then they disappear for 2 or 3 days.
Right.
Where are they going?
Do you think they're going underground?
No, I think they're going outer ground.
Okay, I get it.
Farther away. Right.
I see.
And so we have we were. One of our guys, Flat Earthers, was doing some windows.
So what if it's a bunch of Epstein Islands out there?
Maybe it's just a bunch of advanced civilizations that we're sick and tired of here, right? So real quick, there was a guy that used to be in the military. Someone was working at his house. They started talking about flat Earth, and he said, I was stationed in Antarctica, and they were asking him questions, and he says, I have a non-disclosure until I'm 100 years old. Right? He's 94. He goes, but what I can tell you is there's millions of people living in cities in Antarctica.
That's what I heard.
Right? So those are just the outer land. That's just the beginning.
Have you seen the Antarctic whistleblower that found the weapon there? He's going to come on.
Oh yeah, that's interesting also. But that kind of went a little mainstream, and it's like maybe it's called revelation of the method, where they always have to tell us what they're doing.
Yeah.
But Antarctica and the North Pole are the key to understanding where we live, and both of them are virtually and physically off limits. Go on Google Earth and get the measuring tool, and you can measure the United States. It'll tell you how many square miles. You can measure the middle of the ocean. But if you measure Antarctica or the North Pole, it inverts and it creates like this weird crescent, and it won't measure it because it can't measure it because it's not really there. I just said it's not really there. Antarctica exists.
You're saying
the North Pole exists. Australia exists. Globers only straw man flat earthers. That's the only thing they have. They have to make claims that we don't believe and claim that we believe them.
But you're saying Antarctica goes around like this in a basin, right? Is the North Pole is also Antarctica.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then east and west, which we don't really look past Japan and past California, that's also Antarctica. Right? If you continue through California and keep going west.
Keep going straight. No, west is a circle.
West on a map.
West is a circle. Right. Remember, get your magnet,
go left.
Put your compensated magnet, try to push it west. West is a circle. Doesn't prove flat Earth because that's the same on a globe.
Well, let me just, so here's California, here's South America, right? And here's Japan over here. I'm just going to drop for you. If you keep going this way, whatever that is, you're saying eventually you're going to hit the basin of Antarctica.
If you go straight in that direction, or that direction,
west on a traditional map,
or that direction, you're going south.
Okay, but to understand the disc, I don't understand because it's not a flat disc. You're saying
no, it's flat. It's not a disc. It's flat. It's level. Yes, we have mountains and valleys. I believe in mountains and valleys.
But if I keep
level and horizontal,
if I'm looking at a map and I say west by traditional standards, you know what I mean.
If you're standing in California, you can say west is that way.
Right.
As soon as you start moving, you have to slightly turn to the right to maintain your west.
But what if I don't turn right?
If you don't, if you dead reckon, you're going to go right into Antarctica.
Okay,
You'll be going south.
Okay.
Right?
Now I don't understand that, but okay.
Well, so on my app, you go to the circumnavigation button and the frequently asked questions page, and there's a video called Circumnavigation for Dummies.
But you're
and
saying
you'll get it in 2 seconds.
Antarctica goes all the way around, is what you're saying.
Antarctica is the shoreline
Right.
containing our world
That's what it
pond.
is. Okay.
Containing our whole world.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
But then beyond the shore, other
We don't know.
continents.
They don't know.
Oh, there's a book, and it's also
Well, you know what I heard from people
Yeah, let's get
that
into it.
know stuff. They said that that the continent that these people that Hitler took over there is 5 times bigger than the United States, and that it has, what was it, 50 million people living on it?
so after the war, a crazy number of Russian
But
submarines.
they say it's under the ice.
Well, that they might. There might be stuff underneath, but there's also lands beyond.
Mhm.
There's like 1,000 Russian submarines disappeared, and 250,000 people disappeared,
Right.
and they all went. Russia was fascinated with Antarctica, right?
Everyone was.
So, what if you lived in a building that was 500 miles long, 500 miles wide, 300 stories tall, right? That's big. You can have airplanes in there, trains, Costco's, colleges, parks, mountains, right? So you live there your whole life, but you're not allowed to go when you ever get within 10 miles of the outer wall. Stop. We have to protect the penguins and the ice. You're like, what? Right? But let's say you're allowed to go out there. You'd be fascinated. There's more, right? There's more out there, right? Our little pond could be just a tiny fragment of this plane that we live on.
Yeah.
It could be, but it doesn't matter. The thing that matters is we're not on a speck flying through a scientifically impossible space vacuum, right? Gases need to be contained, right? If you had a jar of air and you walked into a room that had no air and you opened it, it's gonna fill the available space. Gases violently fill the available space, up, down, left, right, doesn't matter, at any altitude. I got a box of no air, right? A vacuum, a box with no air, no pressure. And I have a valve on it. No matter where I am, the valve's on the bottom, top side, any altitude. If I open it, whoosh, the air is going to fill it instantly.
Right.
But they tell us that gravity is holding down the air on the earth, right? Their argument is, well, it's a gradation. The air gets thinner and thinner. It does. It does. The air pressure, keep that word in mind, top of Mount Everest is very thin. But you can't have air pressure without a container, right? If you have a big, tank of oxygen or whatever, or propane, and it's half full, the bottom will be liquid, the middle would be thicker gas, and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. Put a hole in that anywhere, it's all gone. Right? But they want us to believe that gravity can hold down air, but I can drink through a straw and defy gravity. I can pull things up with the weak vacuum of my mouth and lungs. It's again, my shirt says, you're not stupid, it's stupid. Because once you actually look at what they taught you, you wonder how you ever believed it. And it's because they got you before you can talk. Your parents might have put NASA sheets on your bed. Not for us. We were pre-NASA, but now kids have NASA sheets. They have
See, when they start talking about, the containment side of it, this is the part where they're disguising hollow earth, right? They're disguising the hollow earth. They're taking you away from it, really. That's what you should be touching on, but he's just staying on flat earth. If you're going to talk about, containments, it's flat earth. I mean, hollow earth, just like Richard Ebert said. You're inside the globe. You are inside the globe. If you're going to talk about, containing pressure, and that's it.
mobiles of planets over their bed. They have Sesame Street as astronauts on Disney and NASA, same company,
Right,
right?
exactly.
It's the same company.
So the question as to why would they carry on this big, massive lies kind of this is what I like. I want to say something real quick. This is what I like about the flat earth theory and why I'm open to it, because I was trying to tell my mom this last week. It becomes a super conspiracy theory. Once you see this and go, okay, the earth is flat, I'm open to it. Now, like you said, selling children and weird stuff, say everything we talk about in our little pockets of conspiracy theories all makes sense. It's all verifiable. And that's second, because of course everything's a lie. So whatever you believe is true. And I think that's the draw of flat earth. I'm not trying to be demeaning. I get why this would be a powerful thing to bring, because then everything else follows.
Here's something they say: you flat earthers, you'll never change your mind. Well, actually, we were globers. We changed our mind based on new information.
Right.
And then they say, you just want to feel special. Oh yeah, I want to be ostracized by my family and friends. I want to feel special. I want to be, I want to have to leave my own company with because my partners are getting upset at the truth telling that I'm doing, right? And that's definitely why I did it. And you're just in it for the money. I was making a lot of money. I had a great company, and I walked away from it all because I think that this message is super important.
What is the message?
The message is that we are.
You walked away from it all. You had a great company. You had it going on for you, but you walked away from it all. That sounded like that. I've heard someone else say that they've been approached by the flat earth community, and it involved money. But they turned it down because, it wasn't sitting right with them. It wasn't sitting right with them. So you walked away from your work and your livelihood to continue this flat earth journey. And we have a Crow 777 who turned it down. Yeah, it was Crow 777. He turned it down. He turned down the flat earth opportunity because he said there was something not sitting right with it, So I don't know. Very interesting.
Are at the center of creation, that we have amazing power that they don't want us to know.
Oh, I believe all that.
Imagine this podcast goes viral and the whole world watches it, and they go, you know what? That flat earth Dave, he's right. What happens to governments? They dissolve. They're gone. Governments have no power other than in our imagination.
Well, they have the power that we give them.
They have the power that we give them with our imagination.
Right.
Money, their fiat money has controls us, and they've taught us to, government doesn't need money. They can do whatever they want. Right.
Yeah.
Well, the government's broke. We're not gonna have any money. Let's give Israel or give whoever $100 billion. They like that. Why don't we take care of our people here? Right. It's all just control. That's what it's all about. So if governments accepted the fact that we are on a flat earth, it's not the shape that matters. It's that it's created, because a Big Bang could be a god, or it could just be the Big Bang as the Jesuit priest made it up, not a scientist, made it up, Big Bang. And so you're still guessing there. You can go either way. But when you discover that the earth is intelligently designed, there's no other option than there's a creator. Now, that's where I draw the line. Whatever your religious beliefs are, that's your own business. I know there's a creator. My relationship with the creator is my personal relationship. No one's allowed to ask me about it.
Right.
And that's it. I know there's a creator. Now, if governments knew that admitted the earth was flat, they now have to make laws that are in alignment with natural law, with God's law. Now they've created a satanic ball. Right? All the measurements of the ball add up to 666.
Yeah, that's true.
There's so many 666s in there. It's insane. So if you play on their ball,
a satanic ball. You got a devil on it as well. Okay, interesting. Look at that.
Ball field, you have to play by their rules. When you unplug from the matrix, it's literally the matrix that we're in, right? If you unplug from their ball belief system, right?
Hold on.
When you're
Go
born,
back a second.
that's
Wait
funny
there.
because
Wait
that's
there.
the God,
Yeah.
B-A-A-L.
plug from the
Circumference of the earth, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Diameter of the moon, That's of the Earth. See, even with the circumference of the Earth and the diameter of the Moon, right? Pretty close, not too far. Just take off another zero off this one here, right? And then you got the Moon is the Earth, right? You take off a zero off this one up here, right? And then you're just looking at it, just telling you the same thing, giving the exact same, you know, measurements and everything for the Moon and the Earth.
Matrix. It's literally the matrix that we're in, right? If you unplug from their ball belief system, right? You know, when you're born,
Well, that's funny because that's their god,
Yeah,
B-A-A-L.
yeah, right. Their God is the ball.
Hmm.
Gravity is the big G, is their God. And so if you play on their ball field and play with their fiat currency, they've got you. They've got you. You know, when we're born, they register us.
I don't know. I don't know if the G is for gravity though. That's the thing. Because if we're saying gravity's fake, why would they believe in a fake God? Obviously, they're trying to manifest something, so something's got to be real. I don't think the G's for the gravity. It's got to be for something else. I don't know. Gravel, graveyard. I don't know. I don't think it's for gravity, in my opinion.
They put us on the stock market, our birth certificates. And there's so many ways around all of this stuff. And
So are we anchored to something?
so nobody knows what's below the earth, right? The deepest hole ever dug is the Great Borehole in Russia. The United States and Russia worked on it for years and years and years. And they got down 7.8 miles, under 8 miles. And they hit an impenetrable barrier. And they tried heat, bombs, diamonds, whatever. They could not get through it. And they finally gave up, right? So if the earth was an apple, they drilled like a quarter of the way through the skin of the apple. And when they were drilling, they were using ground penetrating radar and everything. Like, okay, there's no more rocks. They hit more rocks. Okay, there's no more water. They hit more water, right? They were wrong every step of the way trying to go through a quarter of the skin. They couldn't get any farther and they go, okay, we know what the next 4,000 miles is, right? It's about 4,000 miles to the center. And they, you know, everybody sees that meme that they show us in all school books, right? They show us this meme. This is a pseudoscience meme. We don't know what's on the skin of the apple, and they know what's at the center of the earth. What's the center of the earth? They tell us it's a molten magnetic core. That's where our magnetic. Oh, cool story, bro. All right. Any magnet, heat it up. It hits before it melts. It hits what's called the Curie point, and it loses all magnetism.
Right.
But they have a molten magnet in the center of our earth. And now that we pointed that out, they're like, well, it's actually moving like a dynamo. It's moving and it's creating this, you know, they just make up stuff.
Right. Well, gravity's theoretically made up.
What is gravity?
Is Polaris.
Polaris is the center point that everything rotates around. Here's something interesting. Ready? We weren't taught to think three-dimensionally. We were taught to memorize and regurgitate and get an A. The A is what matters, right? So we're taught that the sun is the center and all the planets go around the sun, right? Halley's Comet goes out 76 years later, comes out around the sun, and it goes back out again, right? So our North Pole, they tell us all the stars spin. They're not spinning, we're spinning, and our axis of rotation is pointing towards that one light in the sky. That's why it looks like it's staying at the same point, and it looks like all the other lights are going around it. Okay. Are all of the other planets' axis of rotation pointing towards Polaris? Answer is no. I think Saturn almost points like towards the sun. You know, Uranus goes that way. They all go all different ways, right? So there's no correlation. But all of the planets, the sun and the moon and Halley's Comet, they all circle Polaris. Polaris is the center. I don't know. It's a light in the sky.
Polaris is the center of what?
The center of the rotation above us. If you want to get into the Bible,
I do.
The Bible says that Polaris is God's throne. I don't know. I haven't been there. Makes a lot of sense. In the Bible, it says, and by the way, I like listening to what the Bible says. Before, I would listen to the podcast 10 years ago, and I like, these guys are great. I got notes. I'm writing. These guys are, they believe in the Bible, I throw it away,
Yeah.
and because they're religious kooks. But now I don't lead with the Bible. I follow up with the Bible. I'm like, hey, here's the science that proves it, and it's also in the Bible. It's also in the Torah. In the Torah, it says that the sun travels around the north and along the south.
Mhm.
Doesn't go around the south. It goes along the south. So if you look at the flat earth, the sun goes around the north, which is the center point of the clock. The sky is a perfect clock, and it goes along the south.
So what I like, another thing you do that's cool, you don't
Well,
claim.
maybe it's a way. Maybe all that. Sorry.
No, it's just.
Maybe all that planet spinning and global shit is a way, purposeful way to take us away from God.
Oh, they're hiding God.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. That is, if you ask me what the number one reason is, they're hiding God. I didn't believe in God for most of my life because I'll tell the story. I've told it before many times. Is I was born in a Jewish family, and we weren't really practicing and everything. And in junior high school, everybody was going to Young Life, which was a young Christian organization. They're having a trip to Bermuda, and I was like, I want to go. My mom's like, go. So I went, and we're there. I'm like, all right, this is cool. It's a lot of fun. And they brought us out to this cliff that they're going to do a Bible study. I'm like, okay, this should be interesting. And the first passage that he read was that the stars fell to the earth. And me being scientific, I'm like, the stars are as big as this house and the earth is a marble. How does that happen? And I disregarded the Bible and all religions for 30, 40 years because of that. So scientism, taught science, Rockefeller science.
It is Rockefeller science.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely.
They made me not believe in God, and that's what they want. Because if you have a society that believes in God or knows that there's a God, you can't control them.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's why I call it Mon-Satan.
Right.
Because it's science. It's science too. Fake science.
Yeah. And Roseanne, you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. You're orbiting 66.6 miles per hour. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. That's moving sideways at 2.2 million miles per hour. Don't you feel a little wobbly? Right? Now, go outside, think of all those motions, close your eyes and see if you can still stand up. Then shake it off and say, okay, we're flat, we're stationary, we're non-rotating, we're at the center, the foundation of creation. Everything circles around us. Everything is part of us. And once you understand and you see that, then you can go look at all of the nonsense that you were taught. Boats over the horizon. Why does the city disappear from the bottom up? Why does the sun set behind the horizon? All of those are fully explained. In the frequently asked questions on my app, found at flatearthdave.com, there's the section that says, where does the sun go? I fully explained it. It's amazing. And again, I want nobody should leave this podcast that's hearing this for the first time and go, okay, Earth is flat. You need to verify everything I'm saying. Don't believe anything.
Right.
Men lie.
Right.
Women lie. People lie. People make mistakes. You need to verify. I've been doing this for 10 years. And for the first few years, I was trying to disprove it. Now I'm just looking for the truth. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Right. I'm a conspiracy analyst.
The truth is, Dave, you need to include the body. You need to include the body. Meaning you have to include yourself. That's what you're forgetting. That's what you're leaving out. That's why it's not going to make sense or work. Because you're not including the body. Right? He knows you got to include the body. Or maybe he doesn't know. I don't know.
I like that.
People go, I don't believe in conspiracies. Definition of a conspiracy is when two or more people conspire for their own benefit.
Right.
There's a conspiracy in your own home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no kidding. Everything's a conspiracy.
Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah. What I was saying earlier, you don't claim to know what the sun is or stars. This is what I like about what you're doing. You're not even claiming. You're just saying it could be whatever. There could be lands that go 1,000,000 miles. It could end at Antarctica. It doesn't really feel like you have an agenda to prove the sun or the stars or any of that. Which
somebody
is cool.
wants to put me on a lie detector test to see if I really believe this.
Oh, you should.
We should have done that on
well,
the show.
they want me to go to Oklahoma.
I mean, it says the firmament.
Yeah. Right, in the Encyclopedia Americana 1958 edition, in the Antarctica section, it says that the dome is at 13,000 feet at 85 degrees south. The dome. They're literally talking about the dome, but all of that was removed. Oh, getting back to we've known for 2,000 years Eratosthenes. Well, Eratosthenes proved nothing. Eratosthenes, by the way, he theorized that, hey, on a day where the sun is directly above my well, where I can see it on the bottom and I can put a stick and there's no shadow, 500 miles away, if the Earth is a sphere, we can measure that. So 500 miles. So he sent his buddy who counted his steps for 500 miles. That's how he knew it was 500 miles. He counted his steps. Imagine that, 50.
How you count 500 miles in step? 500 miles in steps. Well, then again, you work for the Clintons, didn't you? That's interesting. I don't know who to believe, the 500 miles or the Clinton.
58,927. What? Oh, what number was I on?
I got to start over.
Yeah, I got to start over again. And then when he got there, how did they communicate? And what if it was cloudy on that day? How did they? All of it? It's just a nonsensical thing. And Globers always point to old books, hundreds of years old, stories.
Before there were computers.
Why don't they just do the proof today? Like, we want to do Eratosthenes, we can do it. California, United States, China, we can do it all at the same time, right? Think about this: time zones, right? The sun goes around, and wherever the sun is, it's noon. So there's 24 hours around, right? That's one thing that controllers did. The sky is the clock. It's the most accurate clock, more than any Swiss watch, because time is the sky clock. So the controller said, let's give them clocks, but we'll make the hour hand go around twice a day so they never figure out where they are. The hour hand is the sun. It goes around once a day. It's amazing. I used to hate 24-hour time. I was like, that's not the way to do it. 12 is what I was taught, right? So if the Earth is a globe, you have a line from the North Pole to the South Pole. That's one line of longitude, and there's 24 of them. And it cuts up 24 sections, like the sections in an orange.
Right.
Okay? So there's 24 sections, right? If you look at the flat Earth, not even look at the flat Earth map. So there should be 24 equal sections. Did you know that in the north, so we have the Tropic of Cancer is the innermost point where the sun goes, and that's that inner yellow circle. And the Tropic of Capricorn is the outer one, and the equator is the red line in the middle, right? So inside of the Tropic of Cancer, in the inner north, there's 18 time zones. In between the two tropics, there's 24 time zones. And outside of the Tropic of Capricorn, there's 32 time zones.
What does that mean? That's weird.
That means, now imagine, draw that all on a piece of paper, about this big, and wrap it around a basketball. All those 32, you're going to have to rip some of them out to make it wrap nicely. Okay?
Gotcha.
But in reality, there's 32, 24, and 18. That points towards a flat Earth.
Gotcha. Okay. So when did this flat Earth, if this is true, that it's all a big lie, when did the lie begin to perpetrate it? With Rockefeller's educational system? Because we've talked about that on the show before.
Well, I interviewed a woman in 2000. I was visiting my mother, who was living in a retirement facility. And she was 90 something at the time. And she was taking a nap. And I went to one of the nurses there in the health center. And I said, do you have who's your oldest person here that has their wits that I can talk to? Because we're interviewing people at the World's Fairs. I was interested in the World's Fairs. They're like, oh, Ruth, right over here. She's sitting in the cafeteria by herself. And so I went and talked to her. She was thrilled. That's someone to talk to. Sharp as a tack, 92 years old. And I was interviewing her about the World's Fairs. And now that's a whole nother rabbit hole, which you would love to talk more about.
I know something about it.
Yeah. So I said to her, I didn't mention anything about flat Earth. And I said to her, I was just interviewing her without a camera. This was just off the cuff. And I said to her, what did they teach you in science class about the Earth? That's all I said. That's exactly what I said. And she goes, they taught me the Earth was flat. And I said, can I record this and interview? Kidding? And so I have an interview. Just on the app, go to the video search and put in 102-year-old, right? It'll come right up. And I said to her, and so in late 1920s, she was taught that the Earth was flat in
Oh my
public
God.
school in Connecticut.
Do
Not
other-
not a religious school, not a private school, public school.
Are there other people that say that, or
Yeah.
I've never heard
So
that. That's cool.
so you know, I'd be
That's a good point. I have heard an old lady say that, but I think I've only heard one old lady. Right? I think it's only one old lady that said it. I ain't seen like one or two or three or four or five, it's just one old lady. So if anyone's got, footage of more old ladies or more old men saying it, I'd like to hear that.
previous to that, I'd spoken with a woman that said now I'm forgetting the country, in like Serbia or something, in the 1930s they were teaching flat Earth, and then in Mexico last winter, or a couple winters ago, I talked to a guy who said in the 1950s they were still teaching flat and globe here in the United States. They didn't know, and then all of a sudden, right around Project High Jump, they removed flat Earth from an option. They only taught the globe. And that's it, right? You want to get your head chopped off? Go to a 10-year-old, tell them the Earth is flat. They'll be like, no, and they got all this information. Like, where are you getting all of that indoctrination from, right? And it's coming from school. First worksheet you bring home from school. One of the first ones is the Earth goes around the sun, right? The moon goes around the Earth, right? I got that as a kid, and kids are still doing it today. There's a globe in the front of the class. When it's their birthday, they march around the class with the cake and they go, another trip around the sun, right? Indoctrination, indoctrination, indoctrination. Star Wars, Star Trek, all of that. It's all about space. And here's the thing. We're all just a bunch of big babies, right? We don't want to let go of our ball. And one of the things that is the hardest to let go for many people is aliens.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrials.
I was going to ask you about that.
Right? Well, the closest star, other than our sun, the sun's the closest star, is 4.5 light years away, which equals about 25 trillion miles, Roseanne. 25 trillion miles. In the cosmic realm, 25 trillion miles is our next door neighbor. Okay. Do you know how far 25 trillion miles is? Do you know how big a trillion is? How long do you think 1 trillion seconds is?
A million years.
Well, that's a reasonable guess. It's 31,000 years. 1 trillion seconds. Most people say 5 years, 10 years, 2 years. 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. So if you and I were in a rocket ship together going a mile per second faster than anyone's ever gone, and we went 1 trillion miles, so we traveled for 31,000 years, we're only 1/25th of the way to the closest star. So you know what?
Maybe those aliens are from the other continents beyond.
Thank you. You're way ahead of me.
Actually, they come underground. That's
if we can go,
that makes sense.
If we can go 100,000 miles an hour, it would only take us 28,000 years to get to the closest star. When we got there, we're like, oh, there's nobody here. We got to go to the next star, which is 100 times farther. Okay. Ridiculous. They don't travel through impossible fake space to crash in Roswell, but they could be traveling 20,000 miles.
Well, a lot of the military footage of UFOs that they finally started releasing, a lot of that comes from under the ocean.
Through volcanoes.
They believe there's bases underground.
Right.
Maybe there's wormholes between those other continents.
Caves.
So
down through our world.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there's a lot of underground stuff going on.
Oh yeah, this whole war that we're involved in is underground.
Yeah,
and that's where children are
shuffled. So if you were living on the land beyond Antarctica, so that would be extra land, extra territory, extra terra. You would be an extraterrestrial from the outer space.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I want to go move over one of them fucking continents. I'm so bored here.
There's a book on the app in the book section called The Iron Republic. And it's a story about a politician in New York that got sick of politics. Right, he just got tired of it, and he had a bunch of money. He sold his house and he bought a ship, and he was exploring Antarctica. And they saw this inlet, and they kind of get sucked into it. So they're navigating through this inlet, this whole story. Then they pop out of the ocean, and they couldn't figure out where they were. Their charts weren't right, the stars weren't right, and they were lost for 2 or 3 months at sea. And then they finally saw land, and they saw a city. They're like, okay, let's wait until morning. And so they anchored off the city, and the city, they said, was very quiet. And then a ship came out to meet them. They're like, hey, we're from the United States. Where are we? And they're like, well, this is the Iron Republic. And they're like, where's that? And he said, Well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance as the United States is from the inside, and didn't quite understood. He went in there, and he ended up staying there for a decade, for 10 years. And he got married, he fell in love and everything. And then I think his wife died. He got distraught. He got his ship back and he made it back and he landed in Florida and he published a whole bunch of articles and it turned into a book called The Iron Republic in Florida Magazine, which you cannot find a single physical copy of anymore.
What era was this?
1901.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. 1901. So here's the thing. Oh, and the story he told over there, flat screens, and I think they had floating cars and just a whole different setup. And and the story was they used to live here, I think, and they said in the United States, but they were tired in the 1600s, but they were tired of the tyranny. So they left and they went to the outer lands. They picked up and left. Imagine if there was a whole bunch of other continents. Do you think people would pick up and leave right now?
I would.
Yeah.
That sounded like the great Ziz, the story of the Ziz. That sounded like the bird, the Ziz.
Yeah, I'd be right there with you.
Were you with the mic close to your?
Yeah.
I would. I'd love to go someplace where there isn't none of this horse
So
shit.
they've created
Right?
this Antarctic
yeah, I hope this
treaty.
is real.
They've created this Antarctic treaty to stop us from going there. And
Oh, I know everybody signed it.
yeah, everyone, all the
Except for,
countries.
aren't they saying Iran controls it now?
Oh, whatever. That's why nobody can question them, right?
Well, real quick question, because it's getting really good. Just all the governments are involved in this, right? Like Russia,
all the
Iran.
governments
Yeah,
are
the
working
world.
together.
And
The
have
all
been.
wars
say
are
the
just
space
a
race-
game.
Space race was bullshit.
It's all fake. Project Paperclip, fake.
Oh, really?
Because they were all working together already.
Okay.
Yeah,
right?
they were.
But it was a real project. They did it. It's a whole thing.
Was the space race real at
They
all?
just moved their headquarters.
Yeah,
Project
they're
Paperclip.
just moving the power structure around, and all of the space agencies are all in on it together. It's just a money laundering, control jobs program. It's just to keep the slaves busy.
Okay.
Yes, it is. I agree with that.
It's
We
fascinating.
all ought to get a boat and head out for our new.
They won't
Well,
let us.
Homeland.
you'll be stopped is what the problem is. You won't be
How do we
allowed.
get a
People have
passport?
tried. They've been arrested. Their ships have been seized. They've been sunk. They've been put in jail. Why are they guarding Antarctica? The other thing is the way that people used to travel. Have you looked into the giant airships of the past, of the old world? So
No.
there's a new video. The day of recording this came out literally yesterday, called Old World Order. Old World Order by Hibbler Productions. You can find it on the Stu Peters Network. Watch it. You will love it. Whether your feelings about Stu don't matter. It's just Old World Order by Hibbler Productions. It'll be on Rumble soon. Or I think it's on Rumble. But watch it. It's amazing. It'll blow your mind. You will love it because it's
Really?
everything that you're looking into.
Well, he talks about Tartaria too.
Yeah, it's all about Tartaria.
Tartaria. The whole thing. It's so crazy because I was reading about, because my family was murdered in the Ukraine, around World War II. And so I was reading all this stuff about Hitler and all that stuff. I'm Jewish too, so.
I knew it. I was Jewish too. Okay, yeah, you fiddling with the eye. I knew it. I knew it was gonna come out soon. Jewish. It's a big Jewish affair right now. All right, it's a big Jewish affair. Jewish don't really sit down with other people unless they're Jewish, so I've heard. Is that true? I don't know. Is that true? They don't sit down in the presence of goyams. They just sit down with Jews and Jewettes. Interesting.
Of course, I'm fascinated by all that.
It's all fascinating.
Yeah, but it said that they did the DNA or something, but they were saying that the Ukrainian whatever, that Hitler regarded that, and the DNA proves that was, they called the Jews Tartarians then.
Yeah,
Way back then, they were calling Jews Tartarians.
On my app, I have a button called
Wow.
the Homeschool button.
Jews
and the
Tartarians.
top row has all Tatarian stuff on it. The first one is a channel called My Lunch Break. You will love it. He's on every platform. Just search My Lunch Break. And he does like these 20, 30-minute videos on old buildings and the story behind them and how impossible they all are.
I love old buildings.
You, Roseanne, if you watch that, you're going to watch every episode. You're going to
Okay.
watch every episode and you're going to fall in love. My Lunch Break. He's also the guy that does that is featured in Old World Order. This video is going to wake up a lot of people.
What are we going to do if we all like get together and go, okay,
So here's the thing. There's people that say, we need to take down the government. We need a revolution. That's what they want because they've got the military. They want that. If we all ignore the government,
I say that every day, ignore them.
Yeah.
Ignore them. They have no power over us.
Retake your energy and your imagination from them, and they'll just wilt and blow away.
Yeah.
Roseanne, that is the absolute truth. They won't exist. They won't exist. They exist in our imagination.
Keep propping them up.
Absolutely.
Even when we deny that they exist, we prop them
Yeah.
up.
People are just so afraid. They're like, well, I'm only one person. There's nothing I could do. Yes, one person knowing the truth is stronger than a million people lying.
That's right.
A lie cannot exist by itself. A lie has to be held up in your imagination. The truth is the truth. It is what it is. It will never not be the truth. Nature is the truth.
That's right.
Right? They've created a
That's
fake
the
world.
creation of God is nature.
Yeah. God is in nature, but they're trying to pervert it. They're trying to convince us, they've got us on their satanic ball. They got us believing
Well, it really
nonsense.
is the satanic thing because they want us, they believe that Lucifer, their God, is as powerful or more than God.
I think that
it's such a joke
I think
that they would actually think the devil or whoever it is they're
well, they
worshiping.
get caught in the material world, like the material girl, they and I guess Lucifer will help you go there, but then the price is big. The price is big,
That's what they're telling you. Hey, in the material world, right? You're in a type of material, crystalline material, right? In a material world, all right? That's that Barbie song, right? In a material world, in a crystal material world.
There ain't no damn Lucifer.
Well, whatever. The god of they all pray to the same thing.
Well, they have a conspiracy that Lucifer is actually God, and the God we follow is
That's
the wrong
what
one.
they
We
say.
get lied to. It's their own version.
But they think that's enlightenment. They think he's
that's what Lucifer means.
They think he's the angel of enlightenment, but he ain't.
Well, Lucifer, it means to enlighten.
I'm so sick of bullshit.
My life
It's all the world of bullshit, isn't it? Wall to wall horse shit.
It's bigger than you can even imagine. I mean, you're just finding out today that the lie is bigger than the ground that you're standing on. Right?
Well, I know everything's a lie except God.
There's so many people that are awake to all the conspiracy, a lot of the conspiracies, right?
That's me.
But they still believe in NASA.
Yeah,
even though we've shown them that their rockets are fake. Go to my website, flatearthdave.com.
You think we went to the moon?
No, there's no moon.
There's no moon to go to. It's not a place.
That's
it's right there.
You got to see the world.
It's
correction. We are the moon. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? I wonder if they know and they're just, acting stupid, acting dumb. It's hard to tell when someone's just, straight dumb. Can they get any dumber? $313 in a place to be. What's happening?
This
right
is what
there.
you got to do, Ma. You got to catch up with the
on my website. For those of you that are huge Elon fans, go to my website, scroll down to the banner. That's just a whole bunch of pictures of Elon. Click it. There's a 5-minute video done by Greg Reese showing you that he is a 100% total fraud. Now, is he a knowing fraud or is it an MK Ultra fraud? I go back and forth.
It's all MK Ultra.
Okay, maybe that's what it is.
See,
but
what
it's all lies.
I like about the flat Earth, because I'm getting into it now, is that all the stuff that we kind of put out doesn't make sense. It kind of all fuses instantly.
All of it comes together. All those blue dots I showed you.
It is the Matrix. I can see that.
Yeah, they're all 99.9% of them didn't buy the medical tyranny that's been going on.
Yeah, we didn't.
Right. The one thing the Globers get right is like, oh, you're flat earther, you're probably an anti-vaxxer, right?
Definitely.
Hey, you got that right.
Yeah. Add it to the list.
No shit.
You got that right.
I'm 100% against medical tyranny. We were right about everything every step of the way. I don't know. I get nervous about being too
I think
open-minded.
they've put us all here wherever we are, and I love talking about it. But they're just using human beings as captive population for their experiments.
Absolutely. And I think this is a spiritual war that we're in, and they're taking our energy. They
Yeah.
want that loose and negative energy.
Yeah, that loosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
They want that energy, and they want to keep us in fear. So if you watch the news, north, east, west, south, they're
Mhm.
steering your mind with the news,
Mhm.
right? And like I never watch the news, but once a year I'll turn it on for like 2 minutes. I'm like, I can't take it anymore. It's just horrible. It's just nasty stuff.
No, you feel it, and it's
Right. It's I say the news gives you cancer.
Yeah.
Watch the news, you'll get cancer.
Social media
Okay?
too, I think.
Yeah, I think the media gives you
All
cancer.
social media makes is making
All
so
it does
crazy.
is create distrust, division, and hatred and fear.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, here's the thing: false evidence appearing real is fear. False evidence appearing real.
Oh, that's good.
If you focus on fear and nonsense and the news, that's going to manifest into your reality. They don't want us to know that our thoughts manifest our reality. Roseanne, when you were young,
That is true. I know that's true.
it must have been very easy for a woman to get into comedy, right? Joking, right? But you thought your way into it. You visioned it, you imagined it, you saw it, and you made it happen.
I visualized
That's the truth for everything.
So
It is.
are you into simulation theory then?
Well,
Or just
I don't
you know
like
what
that
I mean.
word simulation theory.
I don't either.
But
you know what I
this
mean.
place is an interesting realm.
Right, it is,
It's
right?
an interesting realm. I think this is me. I'm not speaking for anyone else. I think that the stars in the sky are where our souls reside. They're angelic. They're angels. That's why they don't move, because they're perfect.
Okay.
Right? And we take time coming here to have this avatar experience in this physical realm. I don't believe it's
I'm confused. Didn't he just say they were something else earlier? He said the stars were something else. Now he's saying the stars are us, is our souls. Davy. All right, I'll keep going.
all computer simulation.
Okay.
But we're here having this spiritual this experience in a 3D physicality.
I believe that too.
Right. And then there's layers of heaven above us, and I don't know what's below us, but I am, some people might consider this hell.
Yeah.
Right? This is an amazing experience. It's an amazing time to be alive. And when you wake up to this stuff, you're never bored. It's just mind blowing. Here's the thing. There's you can go on YouTube and the internet and search Loch Ness monster, fairies, whatever, all the information up, aliens, tons of stuff. Flat Earth, they feed you propaganda. Like, you can go, like, hey, last year I was looking into underwater basket weaving and I watched a video. I can go to my YouTube history, search for it, and I'll find that video in my YouTube history. Right? If you were able to find some good Flat Earth videos and watch them, you can then go to your history and search for Flat Earth, and none of them will show up.
Yeah.
Just propaganda videos will replace them.
Yeah.
That's the only one that they're doing. It's the only topic that they'll do that with.
Yeah.
That tells you
It's not the only one, because that's what radicalized me.
Yeah. Okay.
Was my study of Torah
Yeah.
and Judaism, which I've done my whole life. But and I used the internet to do it, but I saw how they were erasing actual Jewish history on the internet and erasing actual Torah too. Because when I'd go on, it would be like a fake kind of not Judaism. It would be an infiltrated fake Judaism. And at the end, it would say something about the Catholic Church or something about a Protestant. It wouldn't be, rabbis of Judaism.
Again, they're giving
So
you a little bit.
I knew then that they erase history. They give us the information they want us to have, and who controls it is a very small. I figured out it's about 2,500 people.
Yeah.
That control all information.
Yeah.
Might even be less than that, actually.
Well, but that's the big circle that controls everything about what we're allowed to know.
Right.
They're the owners of the world, like George Carlin said.
Yeah.
They are the owners and the arbiters.
But here's the thing: we are getting to a point of critical mass where we can all exit the matrix.
Well, I hope we do, and I hope we do it fast.
Yeah, well,
because
it's coming
since
around.
I exited it, which has been quite a while, I have to say, you find free creative space. You can actually think and create and feel good and feel love.
That's what it's all about. It's all about love. That's why they want to keep us 6 feet apart. They want us being afraid of each other. They want you to believe in systemic racism. It's all just made up.
6 feet apart. My one friend who knows about MK Ultra says that what that is 6 feet under.
Yeah.
It's a living death where you're not allowed to come in contact with humanity.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. Our we have this 6 foot, average toroidal field around us with our heart energy, and they want us interacting. I mean, they literally want to take us away from all of our natural senses.
Yeah, they do.
And when you look into this, it's phenomenal. Belief is the lazy man's knowing. Okay.
I've always thought
Love
that.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, because it's easy. You guys believe I live in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Do you know it?
No.
No, you
No.
don't. Right. But knowing takes time and effort. And people are lazy, and people like, I don't really need to verify that. My intuition tells me Dave's not lying about that. So you gotta figure everything else out. If you look into flat earth, if you Google flat earth, you're gonna get nonsense. Your brain's gonna get tired, it's gonna get confused, and you're gonna give up. Right. That's why I created this app. It bypasses their algorithm. You'll find it at flatearthdave.com. And I offer for the people that think I'm crazy, you can win 3 Bitcoins from me for 1 globe proof. All you got to do is watch the daily video every day. There's a new video every day, just for like 2 weeks while you're having your breakfast, tea, coffee, whatever. And at the end of that, send me 1 proof and you win 3 Bitcoins. The problem is you're going to end up being a flat earther if you do that. So fair warning, if you take my challenge, you're not getting 3 Bitcoins and you're going to be a flat earther. So there you go.
Well, there's no reason to think it wouldn't be true, right? There's no reason to think this is an impossibility.
Well, what's an impossibility is the spinning ball in a non-sealed space vacuum, right? How are we in? The globe breaks every law of thermodynamics. It breaks the 3-body problem. It breaks the inverse square law. It breaks everything. Polaris, you can see with your naked eye, right? They tell us Polaris 46 times bigger than our sun. Okay, now we have something to compare it to. The sun and the moon, our sun and moon, they look like they're the same size, but really the sun's 400 times bigger, but it's 400 times farther. So it looks like it's the same size, or maybe it's just the same size, right? So scaling and variance work. So if the sun was a yoga ball and the earth was a BB, that's about the size, right? And if you're standing on the top of that BB and we put the yoga ball 1/4 of an inch over your head and you looked up, the whole sky would be the sun. We move it 93 million miles away. It's the size of a coin held at arm's length. Okay. So how do we make Polaris the same size? Well, it would have to be 46 times farther, right? 46 times farther, it would look like it's the same size. So the sun is 8 light minutes away. Understand what a light minute is? Light travels at 8. So if we made it 8 times farther, that would be a light hour, right? So if the sun was twice the distance, it'd be 1/4 the size. 4 times the distance, it'd be a 16th of the size. 8 times farther, it'd be a 64th the size. So now the sun's the size of a star. So at a light hour away, our sun is hard to see. But let's be safe. Let's make it 24 hours away, 24 light hours away. You couldn't see it. No one's going to argue with that. It's too small to see at 1 light day away. So if we made Polaris 46 light days away, they would both be invisible. 46 light days away, let's round it up to 2 light months. Give the globe that benefit. At 2 light months away, there's no argument. Polaris would not be seeable. You know how far they tell us Polaris is? 433 light years away.
Yeah.
Most people just short circuit at that.
No, it's
Most
hard
people
to
just short circuit, but do the math and shows you that's science that you can't see it. Did I lose you?
No, I was just thinking about people who when we talk about physics and math, because I'm a fan of math,
Yeah.
especially math and Torah. I'm a big fan. But the guy that I talk to, or the men that I talk to, they always say, but we're talking about the other physics. Do you know
The quantum physics?
No, the other physics that isn't based on bullshit.
Oh, real physics.
Yeah.
They just use pseudoscience. They just say physics. You know, Michio Kaku says that his field of astrophysics, is that what it's called? That they're off. You know, they say when science is off by a factor of 2 or 10, that's horrible. But astrophysics is off by 1 to the 120th power. That's a number that's not even conceivable. You can't fathom that number. The human mind can't fathom it. It's just too big of a number. All right, a trillion. Remember how big a trillion was? That's 12 zeros. Okay, you know, you can't fathom it.
Right.
So, again, what science we talk about? Science. You know, I can take a tape measure and measure this table, and I can come up with a physical measurement of something.
Yeah.
I can't look at a light in the sky and measure it unless I know how big it is already, or the distance.
Or you can go there.
Or I can go there.
Yeah.
Right. It's all pseudoscience nonsense.
Well, I think
Isn't that crazy to think about that?
Here's the thing. We live in a world where we want to love everybody, where we want to trust everybody, right? But we live in a world of liars. Now, are all teachers
and
scientists?
demons? We live amongst demons. 100%. I mean, human demons.
Yeah, there's people that have demonic spirits, right? But are all teachers liars? I'd say 99.9% of them are honest, good-hearted people that have been lied to.
Yeah, I think that too.
Right? Guess how you become a teacher? You regurgitate the Rockefeller nonsense and get straight A's, and you can become a teacher. Mm-hmm. Hey, you're really good at regurgitating this. Why don't you teach the next generation?
Right.
And then because you're a teacher, you're now accredited. So that even reinforces your certification of being a teacher. So now then nobody can tell you you're wrong because you're a teacher. You're a professor.
Right.
Well, I loved having you on today because what you do is liberate our imagination and our thinking and our connection to, scientific method, which those things have all been buried and demonized by this ridiculous system we're captive of. So I love this conversation.
Thanks so much. And this is most of my interviews that I do are not in studio. I've been doing a lot of in studio ones lately, but I have visuals of everything I'm talking about. So if you go to flatearthdave.com, scroll down to my social medias, make sure you subscribe to my channels there. But there's one called Dave's Interviews. There's a big banner there. Click it and just watch those for a few days.
Yeah.
Watch those for a few days and try to win the 3 Bitcoins.
Yeah.
How exciting to think that we have whole new information to pursue.
No, I love the idea. And I do know, even as a kid, when I was learning this stuff, and I believe in the moon landing and NASA and all that, I remember asking in like the 4th grade a teacher, what is gravity? Like, how does it work? And she said, and they would say it today, we don't know. We don't know. It's not something provable. And I was like, well, do you guys have a theory? And they're like, no, not really. Because if you actually look at a spinning ball, you would fly off it according to physics. So it's something else. And I was like, this is weird. Yeah, I would love to.
So people say, the Globers say, why don't you just step off a rooftop? That'll prove gravity. Well, no, that proves that you're more dense than the air around you. The question is, what's making you go down and not sideways or up? Right. So they tell us gravity is mass attracting mass, but now they've changed it to Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, which is just word salad nonsense, right? So how can you test gravity? You can't test gravity. Some guy did it with like giant lead balls in a barn that supposedly attracted to each other, but they didn't take in the electrostatic effect that could be, or even a slight breeze that could have done it. Everything is electrostatic. Everything has electrostatic. You're electrostatic, your food, the air, everything is electrostatic, right? And so everything has a charge. The ground is neutral or negative,
right?
And the air, the sky is positive. It's a positive charge. It's measurable. There's 1,000 watts, 1,000 volts, whatever, watts or volts, whatever. Every meter you go up, it's higher, and you can measure it. Hang a wire from a drone, and it's got electricity running through it. It's all here in the air. So there's a flow of energy down.
That's right.
And so anything that's not connected to the ground is in a positive field. The ground's negative or neutral, and it's attracting it. So how can we test this? We had, and I'll send you the video, or in the gravity section on the app, there's a whole bunch of videos in there. We had some leftover helium balloons, and we had a little button, and we connected it to a wire, and we just had the balloons holding it, and it's floating, a couple inches off the ground, neutrally, just sitting there. And the wire is connected to a Van der Graaf generator where we cranked it up and we added a positive charge to the button. and it went down.
It's electromagnetic.
And we discharged it and it went back up because we made it more attracted to the neutral, to the negative.
Mhm.
Right? So we manipulated the charge of it and we changed its weight. MIT came out with a drone called the Silent Drone. It looks like a skid. It looks like a bunch of milk crates together, and it flies with no moving parts just by its electrostatics. The XRT-3B triangular aircraft, the patent says that they're using electrostatics for lift and propulsion.
The train at J. Paul Getty does that. The center, it's electromagnetic. They run a charge. It's magnetic. It's just
All
enough.
that is really
Once you
biblical,
charge it, it
too,
moves
but
it.
we don't
So
we don't have time to go into that.
Well, we're
but
gonna have to
it's
have you back.
exciting.
so
But
you
this
have
is
to
real
come
science.
back and talk to us
This is
more.
real science.
So just finishing that.
Yeah.
So we can manipulate that, and then we could actually add a negative charge into something, and it'll go up.
Right.
Right. And so we can manipulate that. Science says that the electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. 10 to the 36. Remember, 10 to the 12th is 1 trillion. 10 to the 36 stronger than gravity. What does that tell you? Gravity is 0.
Yeah, it does say that.
Gravity is 0.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gravity is gravity. They're made up God. So thanks for
It's
having
real biblical. Gravity. I want you to come back and talk about
He said
gravity.
this would happen. He said this hour's
told
going to
you.
fly and you're going to want me back. And
I
we
love
do.
it. I love talking to
I
you.
do. We haven't even
Thank
got
you
into the
so
good
much.
shit yet. Sorry.
Come back.
I'm here at your beck and call. How's that?
I love you.
I love you
God
too, Roseanne.
bless you.
God
and
bless you.
God bless the truth. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you for having the courage to have this discussion and the open-mindedness to look into it.
We want to talk to everyone. So are you a flat earther now or?
No,
I'm just open to
more information.
studying and
Me too.
looking for myself.
I will look into
research
it. I'll give you
is,
that.
you got to research for yourself before. I don't believe anything.
Right.
I want to know.
There you go. That's why you're amazing. Just let me plug my app a little bit.
Of course.
It's called the
have it.
Flat
Hells
Earth
yeah.
Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It's on my website. There's already a knockoff on Android. Just go to my website, click there. It's a $3 app, one-time charge. There is some higher functions. I have like a matchmaker on here, a meetup maker.
I love that.
I have profiles, and there's a whole social media aspect. That's $11 a year. Okay. And you can also get it for free just by recommending the app to somebody else. Right. So I make
when
it
you come
super
back,
easy.
we're going to talk Zodiac.
Yeah. Well,
And demons.
the
I want to get into all
the
this.
Zodiac is amazing because if I turn the Zodiac on the clock here, the Zodiac spins around. So the sun goes, it spins around once every 24 hours, right? It laps the moon every 28 days.
Well, hey, that's
So there's
in
the
women's
phases
bodies.
of the moon, right? The moons affect women's cycles, and the sun is in charge of men's cycles, right?
Fantastic.
And then the stars are going faster than the sun, and they lap the sun once a year, 365 times around. So the sun will drift back through each zodiac over the course of a year, and after a year, the whole thing resets.
It's fascinating.
No three-body problem.
What a beautiful, beautiful
I know we're
thing
wrapping
that
up.
God created.
I gotta ask.
It's way more beautiful, and that's what they're hiding from us.
But it is moving.
What's moving?
The sun and the stars and so
Everything is moving
spinning
above
around
us.
us.
We're the only thing that's not moving.
Gotcha.
I can't wait to go to your website and really study all this.
FlatEarthDave.com.
And I will. Flat Earth.
FlatEarthDave.com.
FlatEarthDave.com. And so I'll be prepared to ask you way more stuff next time.
We're never out of questions. I still have questions. So it's wonderful.
Well, that's a wonderful thing about being alive and learning.
That's right.
Having the capacity to learn and change your mind and educate yourself, right? That's why we're alive.
You're the best, Roseanne.
You're great.
Oh, that weren't too bad. That weren't too bad. Where are we? That weren't too bad. Oh man. Grand old chat room. Grand old chat room. Yeah, it weren't too bad. It was alright. I mean, what can I say about Dave? Dave is Dave. Hey, Dave is Dave. Right, Dave? Dave is Dave, boy. Yeah, Dave is Dave. Dave is Dave. I heard him maybe contradict himself twice, maybe twice, if that. Once or twice, but it wasn't too bad overall. It wasn't too bad. Let me go ahead and Put that link out there just in case. There you go. Griff to Dave. Yeah. He's something else, boy. He's something else. I don't know. Yeah, he's something else. Where was we? What was I? Where was I going with this? There was something I wanted to. Oh, yes. Hey, take a look at these depiction. Hey, Maximus in the house. Salute. Salute, salute, salute. Big up. Big up. Have a look at these old projections, right? Of how they had a concept of the world. Right? Take a look at this. Look. Mercator project. What do you think they're trying to tell us here? Yeah, very interesting. You know, I had to think about when they always talk about, oh, maybe we come from, you know, this ape or this type of human, whatever. But when they give us that narrative, right, they always seem to show us the skulls, don't they? Do you think they're trying to tell us something with the skull when they show us the ape skull or the human skull? Saying we, and they say we likely came from, this is our ancestor, this is what the skull looked like, right? The shape of the skull, right? They always got the skulls there, right? You think they're trying to tell us something with the skull? Hmm. Yeah, they're trying to tell us something with that. There's another thing I wanted to go over. Head on a spike. Well, I'll tell you what's wild, right? 'Cause what, hold on, let me. Where was it? Hold on. There's something that I came across. Where is it? Where is it? All right, cool. Got that. Give me a second. I want to show you lot something, right? Tell me if you see this little connection that I'm trying to show you guys. 1 second. Where's it gone? You got to check me out now, right? Now, keeping in mind, right, what I just said about, where is it? This, right? Now, when they always show us these monkeys and these Neanderthals or whatever you want to call them, and they say, look, this is our ancestor, we came from this ape. Hold on, let me change that. What's going on there? Where's that one? There you go. Right now, if we're talking the upper room, right? We're talking the skull, the eyes, right? The upper room. Now, when they're always talking about we came from apes, right? We came from apes. That's what they say, right? That is the narrative behind it. Apparently, we came from apes or whatever, monkeys. Now, I think they're trying to tell us, but they're just spelling it different, right? When they're talking about the apes. Where's it gone? This one here, right? Check this out, right? The cosmos can be found in the alcove directly opposite the entrance, identified by the scholars as the throne apes, right? Right here, the throne apes, right? Meaning, what is that now? And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about that, right? This is the apes. This is the room. It's the upper room they're talking about. This is where all your queens and everybody would sit. They sit right over here, right? That's their seat. Right? This is the upper room. This is the apes. You see the lens? Look, you've even got Apollinaris. Here's my man, Apollinaris. Right? The apes. What type of skull did we come from? The apes, the upper room. What type of eye? What skull was it? Right? That's what they're talking about. What skull was it? What eye was it? You see what I'm showing you? This is what they're showing me. So I have to show you guys this. I'll leave that there a sec. There's your cross, there's your lens, there's your X. There's Apollinaris. Apes. Right? Because it contains the image of the seated figure. Right? Interesting. So this is where you get your people sitting up here, your royals. Even when you see the royal, the queen and those people, right? They have something similar to this, but they sit in a smaller one. Right? The queen would sit in a smaller one. Let me just get it for you. Well, let me find it. Oh, I like this one. This one's cool. Just showing you again. Look, sitting on the globe, right? Sitting on the eye. Remember, Jesus is the lens. Look at the cross. Look at the lens behind them, whoever that is. Oh, even the rainbow. Woo. Remember, the iris is the rainbow. Right? I tell you what else was crazy as well. You guys been following me. This one right here, right? They're showing you the eye. You got to imagine this on an X-ray, and it's been stacked up, right? You're looking at someone dead in their eye as they're laying down, or maybe even standing up, depending how you want to look at it, right? Look, they're showing you the eye. Look at this right here. Sagittarius arms, right? The Sagittarius part. Sagittari, right? Sagittari now, right? This would be the quasars, remember? This would be within the quasar, right? And how do we know that? How do we know that if this is the eye, this would be the quasar? Where have London showed you this before? Or maybe I haven't showed you, but let's have a look. Where has it gone? Right? Let's have a look at this now, right? This is the eye, right? Quasi, sagittal, sagittarial, right? MRI of a human orbit showing actions, right? Right? That's what they're showing you here. Look at the name. Look how they're spelling it, right? The orbit, remember? Look at the lens, look at the capsule. Woo! We're in something like that. That's the capsule, right? There's the entrance. Look, they're showing you the entrance. There's an entrance there. Where else do we see that sign? Right? I'll show you where we see that sign. Oh, they took it off. Let's go to this one. Oh, it's moved. That's interesting. Someone else who had that. Look at this sign here now, right? Who else would know about this? All right, check this out now. This is hidden in plain sight, right? Look at the interior and the capsule, right? Look at this, like the Pac-Man sign, right? Like the Pac-Man sign, remember? Look at the Pac-Man sign eating, swallowing up the pearl, right? That's where we see that. Wion, right? Wion, whatever you want to pronounce it. Look, they're showing you, right? That's a big company. This is a big company. Look, they know about it. All right? Look at the entrance. That's where your son would come through. Look, they've even got it there. Look, they've even got the sun. They're showing you. IO, right? IO. That's where the sun would come through. Power on and off, right? As Z would say. I hope you lot are paying attention, because I can't paint it any clearer. Can't paint it any clearer. All right? IO. IO. Plain sight. Right? Quasars. Sagittal, right? Sagittarius, right? Remember, Surai, Surai, red rose, red eye. So they're just telling you, they're showing you what's really going on, right? If we're talking red eye, we're talking infrared, right? Infrared. This is how we're getting our images, infrared, MRIs, and all of that stuff, right? That's what they're showing you. Look, MRI, infrared, different spectrum. Right. There you go. There you go. What they say? Okay. Yep. There you go. Oh fuck. 23. Oh shit. This guy's hilarious, you know. Oh fuck. Hidden in plain sight. Correct. Correct. Yeah, man. Bring us some work. Bring us some work. Great show and tell. Good stuff. Good stuff. Mm. All right. Oh, what's this? Okay, that's something for me. I was actually looking at this one today, or yesterday actually. Mm. Yeah, it's the cross. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so look how they're showing it. It's going from it's that way. Yeah, because look, even that is that going from this way to that way, or that way to that way? Parallel to that way. They're showing how it's working, but I can't. Because this would be, if this is the light, this is the lamp. It's like the experiment. This would be the lamp. So is the light going this way? Is the lens making it? I don't know what are they showing us. Interesting. I look at it that way. Where's this source of light coming from? It's just not showing a source, so it would have to be this way. It's like I was saying earlier with the sun, the lens converging the lines, converging the rays rather. That's how they got it here. That's interesting. Interesting. What did I want to do quick?
Division, one very essential aspect needs to be understood, and that's reflections. In yesterday's message, in the description, I specifically asked if it could be seen. There's another reflection also being pointed out within this short message. And can that reflection be seen? Obviously, that reflection is about quantity over quality in regards to even my own presentations, my own messages. It should be obvious what the reflection was. The quantity has increased greatly in terms of how many messages I've been putting out. The frequency has increased greatly, and thus I am prone to the same paradoxical effect. As the quantity increases, the quality must decrease, it must diminish. I spent a great deal of time on the earlier works to make sure that they were of the highest quality. That's the point. But this reflection and the change that has happened in the last while is all about quantity. That's been the point. That's what this whole reality is about. And yeah, to continue to bring messages every single day to increase that quantity, the quality cannot keep up. It cannot be the same. It is going to be diminished. And that's been the reflective lesson of just yesterday's message. Of course, there's been other reflections throughout the messages. And another one is, since the channel went dark, the classroom went dark. It's another reflection, but that reflection is about the time to come. See, all systems right now in hell's version of heaven are online. All the lights are still on. Everything is trundling along. Tra-la-la. Everything is just fine. There's nothing going on. No alarms need to be sounded and so on. So the reflection, obviously, is about what's to come when everything goes offline, when everything goes dark. And of course, at that point, what happens to the quality of everything? Well, it goes to shit, obviously. That's the point, and that's the other reflection that was quite obvious. In my view, it was quite obvious. And there's been many other reflections that have been shown since the classroom went dark. I'm not going to point them out right now, but I very much wonder if anyone has noticed them. So I'm going to give a little bit of time to see if anyone has noticed them. And then I'll point them out. So I've pointed out two very big ones, and they were, again, in my view, quite obvious, but I really wonder how many have noticed. And there are many, obviously, that have just stopped listening altogether because, yeah, the quality has diminished. The lights are no longer on in the classroom. So that's just the consequence. But for a little while longer, I'm still able to talk and deliver a message. And in many ways, since the classroom has been dark, these are the most important messages, especially in regards to what is to come. And the biggest aspect that one can prepare for is when things go dark. Think of how people turned on each other in the last few years during the whole quarantine phase. People turned on each other and became just horrendous versions of themselves. That's obvious. I don't need to keep going into that. But imagine when all systems go offline. Not This is not just about a vaccine having to be taken to go on a flight or sit down in a restaurant. Imagine all systems going offline. Now, how do you think people are going to treat each other? How much change does one conceive that will be witnessed inside of others and including oneself? It's easy, very, very easy to say how one will respond when things are easy. That's the point. Unless one has fundamentally changed their situation or been in a far worse situation than they currently are in their state of comfort, there's no possibility that one can say how they will respond when the systems go offline, when everything goes dark. So that's been another reflection. And reflections are all about vision. If one has been silent and has been listening to the heart, they will know the reflections that the Spirit has been trying to show them. It's obvious if one is listening to their heart and paying attention and taking it serious. That's why I said right at the very beginning, the first golden web, this is not some infotainment, but it's been obvious over the years that many have treated it like that. And especially in the last little while, so many have just fallen away, actually unsubscribed, finally. Taken the attitude, there's nothing left here. Just spitting on the channel. Yeah, giving my whole heart for years and there's nothing left here. Let's get out of here. This is just a bunch of worthless garbage now. And of course, that's another reflection onto itself too. That you can give your entire heart for your whole life, but as soon as you have nothing left to give to the abusers, to the narcissists, to those who just take, they'll spit on you. They'll kick dirt in your face. They'll even curb stomp you. Yeah, they'll get violent. They'll do the worst to you. You have nothing left to give. And they just bring the worst of their hateful judgment upon you. That's the majority. That's all of these artificials. That's the abusiveness of this system. Cancer is abuse. We are in a cancer hell system. I don't mean that as a metaphor. Not in the slightest. I never have. That's why I said right at the beginning, this is not infotainment. This is not something to entertain yourself by. If you're not taking all of this seriously, then woe be unto you. Great distress it shall be in the times to come. And it's not just going to be some trickle effect in terms of what's to come. It's going to be all at once. That's what a fall means. Think of being on a rug, you know, the saying, you have the rug pulled out from under you. It's like that. But a fall is much worse than that saying. And a fall is fast. Think of an actual fall. That's what this system is. It's what's going to happen to it all. is what it comes down to. It's all coming down and it all collapses very, very quickly as a fall. That's what's coming. That's what one has to prepare for inwardly. And there are immense choices that everyone is going to have to make. No one is going to be able to just wish it away. No one's going to be able to just be a keyboard warrior and just type some stupid little comment and think that, there, I did my part, or I had my say, now all of this is going to disappear. That's not how it's going to work. You are in a hell cancer system. We all are. And one can start really, really taking that seriously. Or not. Go ahead. Just treat it all like a joke. I'm a nobody. Remember, I just have a microphone and I'm just speaking what I see is to come. It's just about vision and, of course, reflections of that vision. But how many out there, how many truthers, how many in the truth community are talking about vision and the vision of the heart? How many? Really ask that. Or is it just about subscribe to my channel and buy my book and buy my merchandise and buy my vitamins and whatever the hell else? My newsletters and so on and so forth. Just always trying to sell some shit all the time. Who's really, really talking about what matters? How many out there? How many are talking about the heart? It is the big reveal. That is the summit of truth. So-called truth community. How many are talking about it? Every day. Or is it just, here's my latest thing that I'm going to sell you? And here's what this politician had to say. Oh, what a bad person. Let's focus on that politician. And the 3 hours of garbage that came out of their mouth, their verbal diarrhea. Let's focus on that. All of that bullshit. All this theater garbage. Just so much damn focus on all of that nonsense. Just dark alleys leading everyone nowhere. And who's focusing on the reflections, on the vision, on the immensities of what's to unfold? Who's focusing on that? Oh, but it's heavenly right now. And it's springtime. Oh, just hear the birds. Yeah, there's so much beauty still. Of course there is. Absolutely. The earth brings forth immense beauty. And that's also the point, because it's being destroyed. It's being destroyed by this whole cancer system. And time is running out for how much longer the heart is going to allow that destruction to continue. Who's paying attention to the reflections? Who out there is truly paying attention?
The drone age has begun.
Reflections. Who's really reflecting? Who's really paying attention? Who's really talking about what matters or what's hidden? Who's grifting? But who's really reflecting? It's all about the reflecting and the reflection, obviously. Truth can be hard sometimes. It can be very harsh. I know. I know. Let's get into something quick.
Having given birth to Horus is to have given birth to time, which is the beginning of light or coloration. All beginnings are paradoxical endings and are therefore traps onto themselves. inescapable conundrums where every solution is the creation of another problem, which is the exact basis as to why no question is separated from its answer. As long as there is time, there will be the necessity of the circle and repetition. Time itself is the construct of life and death in an endless self-centered loop. Where within time can one go? The answer is within the question. Nowhere. There is nowhere to go. This creates such despair in those hearing this because there has been this incessant belief that there was somewhere to go, something to attain and acquire, a goal to achieve or victory over another. These are false constructs within a system designed to divert the attention of the mind onto the false hope that anyone can actually get somewhere within a circle. This attention then directs all the energies of the heart into these senseless achievements that only bear the self-centered meaning that is given to it. The ego is a graft that chases its own tails, endless stories that perpetuate ideas which the ego then pursues. Forever this becomes the burden of desire and weighs upon the heart, making it heavy. The courts of the world are simply symbolic gestures that indicate the higher courts beyond this realm, hence the myth of the hearts of the dead being weighed in the duat against a feather. The feather is the father of truth, which is Osiris, and feather is a synonym for square, as to turn an oar or paddle while in a canoe, a representation of movement and fluidity. The square is once again the quarantine or four corners of the earth. One's heart cannot weigh heavier than the father, feather, as this creates desire. Sire is a synonym for father and is a title for a man of significant authority. Desire is to be away from and do the opposite of the father. If one's heart weighs heavy, it means there is still an attachment to time and the construct of the circle. The feather is symbolic of much more, not the least of which is within the connections to one's own divine comedy. Examples are again hidden in plain sight within many languages. The answer is not separate from the question. The court is not separate from one's own heart. Heart, earth, core, court. A judge wears black in court to signify the father that has died, and those who will be sentenced to serve time behind bars, which symbolizes time within behind suns. Prisons are called correctional institutions since it is again linked with the heart. To correct something is to straighten it out and make it right, and this is found in the symbol that most everyone is familiar with from school, the check mark, which indicates correctness. The mark itself is a symbol of Saturn and thus time, but the key to it is found again directly within the word, seeing that check means king. To receive a check mark is to acquire the mark of the king, Osiris, known also as the great builder and architect, Kairam Abif. Kairam is the king who is taken down and destroyed by the three ruffians, which are thought, desire, and action, all indications of time and goal chasing. If one does not receive a check mark or approval of the king, they receive an X, which is incorrect, and will thus die on the cross, which is to die in time, or the quarantine of rebirth. The crucifixion informs us phonetically that all fictions are crossed out. That which is not the truth is a lie and therefore a fiction. There is no earth as it is commonly dictated and thought of, only a quarantine in time. In Saturn, the eater of its own children, the eater of errors, the snake biting its own tail. The Egyptians symbolized this with those who failed against the scales and were sent to be eaten by Ammit. This sends the souls of the eaten back into the eternal loop of restlessness. All the world is truly a stage or a theater, which is separated as the eater. Kronos becomes purveyor to the sands of time and eats the actors or characters. To know someone's character is to know their heart, and the link is buffered when phonetically related with care, which is to have heart. It is to have an interest in something or someone, to show concern or even feel anxiety over. It is a feeling of the heart, which is where one gets to the heart of the matter or center of the thing. This is the core of any issue. Just as courts are trying to get to the heart of the matter, to court someone is to try and win over their heart through the act of dating and making social advancements. This can lead to that penultimate emotion that is known simply as love. Some say this requires courage, which is to have a lot of heart, and spirit as shown in a plethora of language translations. To show heart is to show one's courtesy towards others. It is consideration of the feelings of those one interacts with. This is how we coordinate and corroborate our actions in relationship with one another. It is to be cordial as opposed to corrupt. Corruption has turned the heart dishonest and evil and thus creates discord, which is to be without harmony. Harmony, music, and the vibrations of life are all interconnected, and to harmonize correctly is to create the right chords that manifest said harmonization. Ergo, the chorus in music oftentimes hits the heart the most. The choir can make up the larger group that makes individual melodies, which can course through our spirits. Business has obviously put its presence into the heart by creating corporations, which is the body of the enterprise. It is a body run by corpses. The heart in the body creates the charges, both physical and capitalistic, that brings the dead back to life. This is to indicate that the heart has lost its pulse. It is no longer polarizing between the forces of life and death, but has stayed on the opposite side. The river flows in one direction, and though life is one side of that polarity, the ultimate end is death, which proves over and over again that there is one polarity that remains in control of the final say in the life of every individual. Why does all of this not occur to more individuals? Most likely because it's not meant to. Even when presented in a manner which is more easily assimilated, the reasoning mind finds it all so fantastic, absurd, outside the realm of one's own limited view of the possible. Due to the preconceived psychological tendency towards the denial of the unknown, all of that which is meant to remain august, arcane, and hidden continually remains occult even when presented right in the open, hence, hidden in plain sight. If the individual holds the heart of God, then so does every other individual, and this poses a magnanimous problem. Isn't God supposed to be one entity, one being? If God is one being, yet every person has free will to do as their heart desires, does this not in itself negate the one motion of every action that God would be taking, as opposed to the grotesque variety of individual actions that are being taken by every single heart? There cannot be a single action of God to do what God wills, because there are too many variegated and emotionally driven actions being carried out in multitudes of separate ways by every single person who carries their heart of God. Good and evil, duality, reality. The creation of one form leads to the end of another, and the cessation of immortality opens the doors to mortality and thus death. Could this be seen as an idiotic move? Certainly. In fact, it's most likely one of the stupidest things that any soul could ever do. There cannot be separation from ultimates, let alone each other, and the greater the struggle to fight this truth, the more difficult the journey becomes. Immortality is impossible for the generated. That which is not the absolute without solution, addition, subtraction. One is mortal since there has already been a starting point. All beginnings are tethered with their endings and vice versa. To know both good and evil, beginning and ending. Therefore, longevity is the only possibility within a generated state of being, but not indefinite perpetuation within one generated vehicle. That which is already divided cannot transcend into an undivided state of absoluteness. It is for this reason that any who declare themselves to be God are announcing an absurdity of the grossest proportions. The grain of sand cannot become the beach, but is absorbed by it, and contains within itself the properties that are manifest within the beach. Only that which contains all things and all possibilities can be free from the devisers of conflict, which pull energy in and out of the multitude of potential directions. Once this energy is extracted, it cannot then be re-injected, so to speak. When energy is expended, alternate sources of it must be drawn into an individual's being. This is secondary energy, which is not initially inherent to the individual, and is therefore comprised of properties which are foreign in nature. This exchange of initial energy to foreign forms of it certainly compromises the primary state and creates energetic markers, which are the points that manifest changes to the constitution of the individual. Many of these changes are very small, nearly undetectable, but over certain lengths of time, they come to accumulate into noticeable alterations. There can also be more severe forms of energy that bring about very noticeable modifications in very short intervals of time. Intense emotional states brought about through external circumstances and situations can draw into the fabric of one's being magnanimous foreign energetic accumulations, which produce mutative results. A question that may be asked then is, how to avoid this energetic division? The void, emptiness, can be taken away by filling it. In this way, the nothing, everything is being stripped of its absolute property. There is now something, but it remains unsatisfied because it is incomplete. So in the attempt to bring itself back to completion, there continues to be more absorption until the fullness becomes satiated, albeit temporarily. It is always temporary when coming from a source that is divided. This may take an eternity to swing the pendulum fully in the direction of completion, if ever it is possible. How can a divided aspect take in all that would be undivided? It unfortunately cannot. Only when one has everything will they be left with nothing. The cycle will have completed itself. Absolute fullness and absolute emptiness are one and the same. The mind, which is time, has corrupted the timeless heart into believing that there is somewhere to go. It erroneously looked the gift horse in the mouth and found that there was no escape. There could never be total and complete satiation, and hence the endless chase began. With the beginning of time, there was by necessity the beginning of the great work. In the endless pursuit of every individual character, there are ever more divisions, and division by its very nature is founded upon destruction.
Grand old chat room. Grand old chat room. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Anyone got any new work for me? Any new information regarding the topics we cover? 420 if you got that shit. Hey, I've been thinking as well, right? I think this may be the last year of my 420 and this may be the last year of me 420 and I better get it while I got it, right? Oh, what the Alki say? Come down here. Oh, you got a movie going on. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Might have to slide over there. I don't think I do. What is it? One of those movies that I'll get striked for? Because you're not probably doing it live. Are you live or is it a premiere? Yeah. Person saying, "What was that?" Yeah. Okay, I feel you. Yeah, I'm gonna be giving it up. But that's the mindset really for the new year. Save a bit of cash as well. Save a bit of cash for a rainy day, you know? Instead of smoking my rainy days away. But you know what's crazy, right? I tell you a quick story. The other night, about 3:30 in the night when I was falling to sleep, I heard something go crash, bang, wallop. I woke up out of my bed like, whoa, what's that? And then come to my surprise, there was somebody, they made their way onto my balcony and managed to throw my electric scooter off and made away with it into the middle of the night. Right? They made away with my electric scooter. Crazy. They came up onto my balcony. They must have been hungry for this. Hungry for it. Crazy. I couldn't believe it. I seen them running off with my scooter, but it was like 3:30 in the night. Everyone was sleeping in the house. It was pitch black outside. I seen them running away. I was about to shout, like, oi! But I thought, you know what? Can't be bothered. The scooter was on its way out anyway. Right? It was on its way out. And they threw it off the balcony. Right? They threw it off the balcony onto the floor. So I'm pretty sure it must have like smash bang wallop onto the floor. So it probably took a beating on the floor, right? So I just couldn't be bothered. I said, look, you're doing me a favor, take it away. Plus it was a dead scooter. I didn't charge it. I left it out there. Right? I didn't charge it. I just left it out on the balcony. So they ran off with a scooter that's probably broken to bits now. Alright, it's an electric scooter, so they're gonna have to get a charger from somewhere, unless they have a charger, who knows. But this is how you know, right? This is how you know, hear me out. This was a stupid person, right? I know, wild stuff, right? Crazy. Crazy. This is how you know, right? They're not, they don't really know much about value. I had 2 of my work box outside on the balcony, filled with tools. By the grace of God, they didn't touch my work tools, my work box. They just left both of my work boxes there. I went for the electric scooter. I was like, yes, thank God my tools are still there. I would have died inside if they took my tools, man. I would have died inside. So they made away with her, you know. faulty electric scooter, and I still had my tools there, To be honest, I was considering whether to throw the scooter away. I was gonna probably give it to one of the young boys on the estate, say, hey, give me a bag, take this. But they done me justice. They took my scooter. They took my scooter for me, so take it. It was either the bin or the young boys. The young boys may have thrown it in the bin sooner or later if I give it to them, but yeah, that was wild. Crazy, right? Couldn't believe it. They came onto my balcony. I live on the first floor, so they have to do a bit of climbing. They had to do a bit of climbing to get to me, right? I don't know whether it's someone that's seen my scooter out there for the past, 2 to 3 weeks, or it was an opportunist, middle of the night. But how could you see a scooter up on there in the middle of the night? They must have seen it before, right? Crazy. Oh, man. Yeah. Wow. Hey, they needed it more than me. They needed my property more than me, right? They needed my valuables more than me. But let them have it. They can have it. Hey, never get in the way or in between them of a man and his, slice of bread and his toast. Never get in the way. You hungry? All right, have it. It's all yours. Take it. Crazy. And you know what? I saw the side of his face, right? It looked like a white guy or Eastern European. All right, could have been like an Eastern European white guy or something. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Yeah. So what I've had to do now is leave the front room light on and the kitchen light on, so it looks like there's someone still awake, waiting for round 2. That was crazy. Definitely. Crazy, right? Next time around, right, we're gonna get into more of the crystal and the crystal line, right? The egg. Give you a bit more to go home with and have a look at, have a think about. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. Because I ain't seen no one touching on it. I think there may have been a few people that have touched it on the past, but it's one of those things where you gotta, keep doing it until they understand. And we're gonna cover that next time around. Crystal Earth, right? We're gonna cover that. Oh, how you doing, Kelly K? How you doing? Yeah, you can send them in the comment section. Or you can even, I tell you what else you can do if you want. You can always join the Telegram group. We've always got links going on in the Telegram group. people's always sharing links, pictures, messages in the Telegram group. So that's always an option. Or you can go in the comment section. Or you can even hit the link and leave it in the back chat. I'll put a link down there if you wanna come up and put a link in the back chat for something. More than welcome. Yeah, if anyone's got information regarding the work we cover, brilliant. Send that this way, man. We'll definitely have a look at it. I encourage that. If anyone's got, new information regarding the stuff that I cover, then bring it. Hell yeah, bring that shit. Oh, hold on, where's my phone? 1 second. I think my dude might be going live. 1 second. Sec. Oh yeah, my dude's going live. Give me a second. We might have to chill out for another few, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a sec. Get something ready. Alright, cool. We in the building. We in the building. Check out my man JWTV. Give it a sec. Mm, 420 if you got that in the meantime. 420 while we wait for the show to start. Alright. Where's all my upper room folks? Huh? Where's all my Crater Earth folks? Where's all my Skull Earth folks? Where's all my eyeball folks? Where you at? Where you at? Huh? 420 if you got that shit. There you go. Got hides in the building. There you go. Ellie K in the building. There you go. Kelly, you said you was from Australia, right? You're from Australia, if I'm correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Australia. Yeah, salutes to my people from down under. Let's be having ya. Let's be having ya. He's taking his time. Okay. All right. Getting ready to head to work. Indeed, indeed. Indeed. There you go. What's taking him so long? Start the show. Come on. While we wait for the show to start, let's was the haircut. Let's go for this one. While we wait for the show to start.
Get rid of all these losers you're fucking hanging out with.
There you go.
I'd rather just see you become an empowered man. Get rid of all these losers you're fucking hanging out with. Stop Stop looping about the Mandela effect for 3 years. Get on with your life.
One of these people that think you're a virtual messiah?
Well, you're one of them, Mitchell, apparently.
Okay.
You can't get off my jock. Dumb fuck. Right, because Cammy, Cammy knows how to deal with it. Cammy, you're a fat cunt. How's that? You're a fat cunt. Go from that. Is that caring? You fat cunt. How's that?
I am Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, your drill instructor. Oh, you will speak only when spoken to. And the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, sir. Do you maggots understand that? Sir, yes, sir. I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair. Sir, yes, sir.
Is that caring enough for you? Fucking hippopotamus. That's right, Cammy. You're a fat cunt. How's that? Keep talking. Let's see how far I can bring it.
Because I am hard, you will not like me. What side was that, Private Pile?
So Cammy's a fat cunt, objectively.
But the more you hate me, the more you will learn. What side was that, Private Pile? The right side, sir.
And Cammy's a fat cunt. Very likely.
I am hard, but I am fair. You little scumbag! You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers. I will teach you. Now get up. Get on your feet.
All right, man. So you done? Is that it?
Maybe I'll see you again, Crunchy. If not, try not to kill yourself. Then I'd have to live with you. Fuck off.
Hey, do you feel dizzy? Do you feel faint? Jesus H. Christ! I think you've got a heart on!
You had to say to me.
I'd rather just see you become an empowered man. I'd rather just see you become an empowered man.
It's called Whitey on the Moon. And it was inspired by some Whiteys on the moon.
Oh.
So I want to give credit where credit
Oh,
is
shit.
due.
Man, nigga. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Quit playing, nigga. Here we go. All right. 27.
A rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon.
And not only that, but we got the guys down there that think everybody needs to be a Christian as well. I'm not a Christian. I don't need to be a
I
Christian.
know, that's why you're a hypocrite for banging that Bible off everybody's fucking forehead, you old coot.
Well,
Let's get ready to rumble!
I'll sit here and talk to Z and half these guys, not you, you old coot. Your time is done, your has been, you're gonna die.
No matter where you come from or whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, it says honor all prophets. Again, what was stated so simply earlier was do unto others what you would have them do unto you. You fucking
Show me, yeah, well, what are you doing, you old coot? Are you doing unto others? I think I'm doing unto you as you do unto others, Senator. I yield, Senator. Fucking faggot.
Tommy,
No, the
busting the F word
the
today.
time for all your little woke fucking properness, it's coming to an end. People need to pick a fucking side and stand on it. Pick a fucking square and suck your dick in it.
Now, like you?
Yeah, like me. Yeah, like me. You looking for some action, old man?
Like you
looking for some action, faggot?
Want to kidney fuse? He doesn't even know what he's saying. Come on, people.
I know I will collide my forehead off of your face till you let go. I know that.
Oh, sure. Like I'm gonna grab like you're not ever gonna get near me.
You are nobody and you should shut the fuck up.
Here, if you think my presentation is feminine or not feminine, okay? I got
Because it
told in the
isn't.
military I was too feminine. Supposed to listen hard. That's a lot better. So you think the white
You're a military slave. I get it. I understand why you are the way you are.
I'm not, so to say that I'm a military slave, no. I'm not a slave to any system. Because I gave so much kickback to my chain of command for standing in these truths and the different wars and things that are going on. As soon as I realized that, those things, I removed myself from the military. Okay? And to make fun of me,
Hold on. Hey,
excuse me, my father is still in my life. My parents are still together. So don't go
Okay,
there
he didn't
about my
teach
dad.
But he didn't teach you to not go and sell your soul to the United States corporation.
Wow, bro.
Everybody hates me now.
Get on your faces!
Can't do anything right. I need help.
You're fucking goofy. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. I saw you laughing in the chat, you fucking clown.
Oh man, that's an oldie but a goodie.
These are strange events
Hold
that are
on.
making.
Let's get into it.
Airports. A minute ago, I saw her take a video of a rock that was chipping, and it shouldn't chip like that. And then Shakira was over here, and she's beating on this stuff, and we realized that this chip's like a plaster, and it's like a hollow sound compared to the real rock. Look, there's a perfect scene. I mean, that goes all the way up, like this is placed together, plastered over, and then probably was like painted over a bunch of times.
These are strange events that are making people freak out. That guy believed he found a hidden cave or entrance in Sedona, Arizona. But look at what else we also see.
These people were driving and they were on this trip, right? Next thing you know, they look around and see people acting like weirder than they've ever been acting before. And so you gotta be spooked out or weirded out if you're seeing something like this.
What in the fuck are they doing?
It's definitely
As they drove up the street, they seen more people doing the exact same thing. Was this some type of prank? But they said this went on for hours. Why would they all be standing there frozen? This was actually something seen in the movie Cell, and people had to be activated in order to move by certain cell towers and transmit it as receivers. This person is walking here, but as you look up, you see more people just standing there and they're not moving at all. A lot of people play these NPC games, but to play that for hours would be very strange. What do you think is really going on? Something happened with the real sun and something happened with the fake sun. And we got proof to show you. This is the real one,
Wow.
supposedly, right?
Look what they're showing
This
you.
right here was so highly projected that
Wow.
something hit our world that never hit before. So the way they found out was
I
that
know what they're
Canada's
showing
deep
me.
sea instruments detected the disturbance. They looked deeper into it and they noticed that the solar flares from the sun underwater was observed at a depth of 25 meters. You know, behind the scenes of all this, while nobody was paying attention, they came out and talked about how they're going to use the artificial sun for climate change.
It is a tricky business. And when people hear about fusion and they hear about the power that's at the center of the sun, obviously people are going to be concerned about safety. Obviously, talk about that. And how far away are we from this actually being used to fight climate change?
It only works if it's very dense. And so that means you have to keep all of the nuclear fuel in one place. If for some reason the force fields break, what happens is it just kind of dissipates and it can't be dangerous at all.
And we're supposed to just believe that, oh, it's just safe in effect. We got to go a little bit deeper here. We got to let you see a little bit more. Look how like it expanded even more. The sun doesn't do that. The sun doesn't expand and get that huge in the sky. Because I mean, at that point, we have everybody freaking out. This looked like it may have malfunctioned, it may have exploded, maybe they was testing something. And look, it goes deeper from there. So I need you to just keep looking at the screen because now I'm about to pull you into the next
Yeah,
part.
that's elongated.
Okay, so now you're about to see this part. Check it out. Now watch when it actually looked like it exploded. Look at that. Look at that. So what would this be? Who knows what this would be besides an explosion? And over here where we having all these crazy heat waves across the world, they could at least gave us these umbrellas right here. But it's like, no, just cook, fry, and die. You know, that's pretty much the method now. And it's like, oh, you're gonna turn them to artificial sun? You're gonna mess up our skin? You're gonna kill us? We should make our own umbrellas like this, honestly. Deploy them in cities and put them in different spots around houses, parks. That'd be what's up. Wait till I show you what ties down into the deeper agenda here. It's a Nazi coin, and this whole artificial sun stuff is a part of a new society, basically under this control inside of these systems with these artificially like realities. Because by 2030, that's what they want to set. But nobody talks about what happened after 2030, which was decoded on a Nazi coin, not just a New World Order, but they're they released a story about these, the pestilence, these bugs, but these are normal ones. And this guy came up with a video showing how this is not normal. And yeah, it's like, oh, the return of the cicadas.
Outside a while ago, when I got my dog, throwing a stick. We heard a bunch of coming across the street. I figured it was a bunch of locusts or bugs. I don't know, June bugs or something. They flew over our head probably 7, 8 feet. One of them hit the pole, and you could hear it on the ground. I thought it was one of those katydid things. But you tell me, why in the hell would this shit right here be flying around? Somebody please explain to me what the hell that is. And I found out as I was picking it up, if you squeeze that on the end on each end,
Wowza.
it's going to do it
Look
one
at
time,
that.
and I guess it shuts it off. So somebody, for the love of God, please tell me what that is.
You know, I think I have an idea of what this is. And if you look on screen here, you have some solarly controlled ones. And basically they was going to put these in the atmosphere and they're going to release some type of, they say some type of seeding for plants, but we don't know that to be 100% true. Let's look into this. Bio-inspired vision-based microflyers. So they have so many based on different insects, different bugs. Moving into it here, what is the actual plan for microflyers? It says, this project has developed control strategies in neuromorphic chips, which the supercomputer with the brain is on, for autonomous microflyers, which 6G is on, capable of navigating in confined or cluttered areas such as houses or small built environments using vision as a main source of information. And this dystopic type of system that they want to create, they'll remove your head anytime they want to. At least some people be fighting to not get their head removed. So check it out. They literally show the heads being transported. This is a imagery of it. It's called Brain Bridge, the world's first revolutionary concept of head transplant machine. Now, they tried this in the past, which they did with dogs and everything else, but this is artificial intelligence transplanting your head. And literally doing all these scans and incentives, recovering you, because head transplant requires speed and precision. You're gonna trust them to speed and precision you. But I mean, at this point, it's like, why do you really need this though? You plan on people being beheaded or something? Ensure seamless compatibility. The head transplant procedure involves removing a person's entire head containing the brain from their current diseased body. Oh, okay. So now we're going to be diseased and they're going to be saying like, okay, we can give you a new body. Once your body is so bad, we can transplant your head. And you know, it changes your behavior. You know, getting a new heart changes how you think, how you feel. All of this stuff, you're actually connected to other people as well when you do this. Eclipse, the rebirth, the sacrifice, and whoever is supposed to rule over for this before 2030, this Antichrist-like spirit. They come out actually and start to portray a lot of this in these shows. Not just Evil season 4, but it's like a lot of shows that I didn't even notice that was portraying what they're saying. 2024, the year of the demon baby. And a lot of movies, it was like in 2022, they showed the year of the portal. It was a lot of movies coming out the portal because they were like basically telling you what this was about. Now in the show we were watching Evil, which is a really good show for the spiritual nature. The gene editing technology is actually something they're looking at where they're using these demon families who they use sigils, designer babies is what we're talking about. The technology where they're engineering the race.
Imagine mentally serving 10 years of prison time in just 10 minutes. A scientist is working to make this happen. Let me explain.
Wow.
Cognify, developed by Hashim Al-Galahi, is a futuristic approach to criminal rehabilitation that
now when you go to jail, they got this thing where they implant false memories, hook you into the
10
matrix.
years within 10
This
minutes.
is what it looks like, the matrix. So in the future, when you go to jail, they're going to be like, well, you're going to feel what the person did to you. And so in the essence of all this, how many people would actually say, you know what, I don't want to do the full jail sentence. I'd rather be an experiment. And then they release them into society. And then they could be using them as a DARPA program weapon. Basically, that's what could be happening here. And it could be weaponized against society. So this stuff right here is really, really crazy. And they've just released this telling us this stuff. And we're about to start seeing all of it. Are you doing that? But if you're asking me, am I doing that? Nope, 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 nope.
What the f is that, dude? What? That's it.
You see that?
Big explosion.
Whatever this is, it's obviously it's a laser.
It's a laser.
And it makes.
Wow! Oh shit! Did you see that? Look at that. Let's have a look. Take that back. Take that back. We've been looking into lasers.
What is that, dude? What? What the f is that, dude? What? That's it. Big explosion.
Whatever this is, it's obviously it's a laser. And it makes something explode. The people are freaking like, what is it? The crazy thing is like they're actually doing this stuff. And, Hawaii was another test. They don't always use green lasers because they use the other lasers, but the green laser has a different spectrum on it.
You cannot miss that. Another loud booming sound shook some areas around Georgetown late last night, with several KXAN viewers hearing that blast just before midnight.
All right, so we're going to hear what the cops said because a sheriff went out there, and this could be a manipulation of the water supply, or it could be that they're exploding something underground, finding more cartels and Chinese banking system.
Now, the Georgetown police chief said he also heard the boom, and he says around the same time, the Williamson County Sheriff's Office responded to a water main explosion, which could be connected to the mysterious sound. Still, the chief says the cause of the boom is unclear.
Guys, there's some weird noises going on out here. I just woke up from a nap to just weird noises going on outside.
So check this out. She hears sound waves in the atmosphere. This was the same week HAARP fired up. The same exact week. And then on top of that, the sound. Okay, look on screen right here. What does it say right there? They're using sound waves and frequency to put at the atmosphere. And once they do that, we hear sounds and then it do something later with the weather. And you know how we know this is true? Because we've seen a video where the sky sounded like it was frying like bacon. This next story is much bigger than you think. I'm going to break it down to what they're actually doing.
Nearly 1 million chickens on a Minnesota egg farm will be slaughtered to help limit the spread of the highly contagious bird flu. The U.S. Department of Agriculture on Monday announced the virus was found at a farm in Wright County, Minnesota. It also announced 3 smaller cases in South Dakota and Iowa.
As bird flu cases rise in Iowa, it's beginning to take a toll on farms. Over 1 million chickens will need to be slaughtered on a Taylor County egg farm after the virus was detected.
And then the people who are behind these farms, they're trying to do this to you. They're saying they're going to quarantine you. Like, this is getting to the next level here. But something else larger behind the scenes that nobody's telling you that you're about to find out right now. So all across the world, look at this on screen. They're genetically modifying the freaking chicken from US to UK to Canada. And guess what else they're doing? These genetically modified chickens are going to be in the freaking market. They said they edited it so that it won't get the influenza. And then next thing you know, outbreak, influenza, chickens need to be murdered. And you still enjoying them chicken necks you eat? On top of that, they hybrided, even though hybrided didn't work, a green monkey and his fingers was glowing. But if you think that's our biggest issue, then the military just came out doing something on a robot.
On the tee of rocket. Firing.
Boom, look at that. Boom.
Do you think these people are running from the Communist Party, or are they being directed to come and stay in America until further word?
Both. First of all, we're seeing desperate middle-class Chinese. These are generally not poor people because they can afford to pay $35,000 a head to the Mexican cartels, are of military age, not coming with family groups, pretending not to speak English, and engaging in Chinese military rituals like drinking blood. A border section patrol chief said that some of them are known to have Chinese military affiliations. So clearly, these are saboteurs coming into America to wage war on the United States on the first day that there is war in Asia. So we know that these are Chinese military coming into our country.
Check out what this person says, who was in the army, who actually toured in the UN, actually toured, obviously, the United States military, tells us different specifics on this agenda. There are over 400,000 of these UN trucks pre-positioned all around America. All of the military-age men you see crossing the borders will be operating these trucks soon. Disable a UN truck like NASCAR main team. Choke point to halt vehicle. 2. Oversized choke blocks in front and back. Gasoline poured into gun ports. Light match. Measured steel bars with pre-drilled holes, master locks. 5. Gunman aiming at turret. Battery operated drill with hole saw for tire sidewalls, where he's showing every specific point. Look, you see that right there? 2 triangles. He's talking about the tires. He's talking about all those holes right there. He's dotted everything, and even all these areas is the potential area. No food, and soldiers go home. All we got to do is stop the fuel and water from reaching the soldiers. Since Leave the World Behind came out, I also looked back and found Obama in his cyber policy in a speech basically admitting the plan.
Understand, it's not necessary for people to believe this information in order to weaken democratic institutions. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage. You just have to raise enough questions, spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that citizens no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won.
And I was telling y'all just a few days ago about technology that they're wanting to put in the troops, and now more states are working on that same technology. And how will this go for us? And here's one of the guys who created it, and we're gonna show you the video. But he looking like, they got some brain circadian clocks we're gonna put in your body, boy. Look at you.
Researchers at the University of Utah are part of a national team working on an implant to control the body's circadian rhythm. Scientists hope the device, nicknamed the Living Pharmacy, will halve the time it takes to recover from jet lag.
It'll be a small device that is implanted that essentially upon command can release, like sort of an implantable pharmacy, the peptides to change that, while at the same time being able to monitor the state of the patient.
DARPA, the research arm of the Department of Defense, expressed interest in this project. The initial users of the device would be military personnel, who often travel across multiple time zones, and first responders, who switch between overnight and daytime shifts.
Having the ability to have sort of a device that would help make that a little bit more comfortable or allow you to function better.
The team, which is led by Northwestern University, will focus on making the implant first, before confirming it works as intended in a second phase. If all goes to plan, researchers will then test the device in human trials. Researchers here at the U are now in the very beginning stage of their work, where they're testing out components of the device to see how they'll age over time, where they could fail, and how long they could last in the body overall before needing to be replaced.
So, yeah, that's just great. I mean, everybody tuning in right now. So the first responders, cops, everybody's just gonna have brain chips and just, they can wake up and go to sleep on command. What? I like to hear what you got to say, but remember, in Black Mirror, they had some technology in the troops where they were seeing people as some hideous creatures that they were supposed to take out, and then all of a sudden, the troops was like, "What? These are normal people." That reality, could it tie into this? Nest camera footage captured a moment
when a man and his dog got freaking spooked. Listen to this. Some people think it's an animal. Some people think it's a demon. Another thing is Aztec death whistles is used to the skulls, and you can make it sound like a scream like this, which was a ritual. This is the strange thing that no one's told you about this hybrid brain supercomputer. We're going to do it in April. It'll be operational. Is this network operating on? It's called a neuromorphic network. And this computer will be linked to humans. It will be linked to the brain of humans through specific technology that's already been dispersed, and we will tell you, obviously, how to get rid of. Now, the thing is we've moved into a new phase, and this is what this computer can do. And it says scientists are feeding AI with chunks of human brains. Sort of. For unlike neuromorphic systems, neural nets do not have neurons that fire and send pulses to other nodes. Because this is not just a freaking computer, it's a brain inside of this computer. And whose brain? How many brains? That's the question. Well, it was a startup saying that, hey, you can preserve your brain, but it's 100% fatal in 2018. How many of those fatal brains may have been used in this machine? And they say, oh, well, we're just going to preserve it. You're probably going to die. But hey, it's your choice if you want to do that. And that's literally them right there putting the brain on the freaking table. And they're saying we're going to preserve it. It's also the nanowires are on a neuromorphic network, which they disperse in the atmosphere, which they put in the food, because it's on graphene and stuff like that. Wire networks links into this supercomputer, which was a DARPA experiment. And here is nanowires growing right here. What nanowires, they have copper ones, they have gold ones, and they have these nanowires have networks in them, and it says it remembers. And so the neuromorphic networks basically are the nanowires that is basically assembling inside of the humans right now as we speak. Parasite, like a cybernetic parasite or something like that. So the next part of the neuromorphic networks we'll get to here in just a second is the DNA, which we talk about protecting DNA. DNA-based nanowires is transforming, and they show all these little thin fiber layers. You see that? So if you look on screen here, is plenty ways to detox all the graphene. And look, this is about our future. This supercomputer, hive-minded into it. Like, it's all about us doing the right things for our body. Pull up here is from the channel called The Hidden Underbelly. And the eyewitness also came out, and then we'll talk about what the eyewitness said. So you immediately wonder where it's at, right? So the area is Carthage, Missouri, and you're looking at it right here. And obviously, we're going to roll a clip and then talk about a little bit more of this. But as you see it right there, it looks like just some long tunnel. I mean, like, you can think of maybe like a wormhole or something like that. He said a portal on the video. Again, the lightning lit up, and then as you look closer there, look closer, you see that thing just light up. This is what the witness stated. I have the date on here and everything. The witness stated that this was both seen on film and by eye. So not a software glitch. He also added this was filmed behind the local Walmart of this area. What's going on? June 10th, 2024. So check this out, though. I looked into it, and I seen on none other than CERN's website, where CERN had been talking about what they were doing in this most recent goings. And it happened to be that the date fell on the same day, June 10th, data report setting stage for productive summer, meaning they're about to get ready to amp up, prepare yourself spiritually. On June 5th, the first period of luminosity production at LHC came to an end, and we began our second machine development MD session. The MD studies continue until 10th of June. They have where this strange thing opened up. We're going to get to this huge connection here.
Now, obviously, they're saying it's all light crystals and sun refraction, but we look deeper into this location and we've seen that literally CERN is connected with Argentina, which is Patagonia, which is the same area. They've been connected with them for a while here. And the reason why we're bringing this up is because we found the document that basically details the Large Hadron Collider, but also the particle accelerators in this specific area, exactly where we're seeing this interdimensional looking portal. So what I'm about to do is I'm going to take you into this right here, this document that I looked at. So here it is. The document right here states and shows, when you look here on screen, you see these three dots here, and then look closer. I put an arrow right there where specifically this thing, it was at Cerro Cathedral. There it is on screen right there. The person, the photographer who posted it. Here is the maps. Here's the maps exactly where this portal looking thing showed up. Is it a coincidence that it shows up right next to the particle accelerator?
Oh God. This is so cool. This looks like a portal. This looks like a door.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This looks like a door. Oh God. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Oh, my hot biscuits and turkey necks. It looked like a portal. It looked like a door. But this next clip, though, is like in Texas. And it's the security officer. His name is Noel. And he is a security officer. He went out to go and investigate some of the weirdest stuff I've literally heard. And actually, we've been hearing this a lot in Texas. So look on screen here.
What the absolute fuck is it? Starting to regret that I stopped at this restaurant. And they say Bigfoot isn't real? I don't even want to stick my arm out.
Here is his page. Literally, I did deeper research because a lot of you was getting annoyed with me not doing deeper research, and you can find his page where he goes and does work. Now it sounds like some interdimensional stuff, or to me it could be a loudspeaker that's being projected. And here's a post: loudspeakers at war, which they use for psychological operations. You can see right here a military guy putting up one of the psychological loudspeakers. It was stuck in the air, dude. Like, you understand, they sent the military to go out there for the first time and touch this thing.
The jam also continues to its right, and traffic is slow moving elsewhere on the N2 from the National Zoo and London Indah towards Ampang, on the NKBE from Bukit towards Chalna, on Federal Highway from Ampang towards Valley, on Basraya from Salam Jaya towards Kampung Malaysia, on Jalan Abdul Halim from the National Park towards India, in Johor on Jalan Kota Tinggi from Ikat Tebrau and from Bulu Tiram towards Badak, and on the Pasir Gudang Highway from Johor Jaya towards Tebrau.
Something else significant going on. On the Syrian tower, I looked it up for you all, and that tower is located in Malaysia. Things are set to get very much more strange. Of pigeons, they were able to control the brains of pigeons in the experiment using solar energy about the size of a smartphone. They say the screen was strapped to the pigeon's back to power the controlling device on its head. So they've went out and controlled the birds, they're saying. And if we get deeper into this, this would symbolize how they could control people with these new solar projects, with these new solar weapon systems.
Oh my gosh. He's talking. wasn't crazy. No. What the heck? That's crazy. Yeah. What else could it say? I don't know. I don't even know
Tweet,
what he's
tweet,
saying.
tweet.
Tweet, tweet. The bird is actually.
It is talking. I swear to God.
We have video.
Listen. Oh.
He's so cute.
Is it real?
I don't know. Is it like a robot? Like, because that's a pretty good moving robot.
What?
Why is a bird? Yeah, say something.
Wait.
It's like saying something talk about. Look, its eyes look
Ew,
like
it just
cameras.
Wait, it just peed. It just pooed.
I know.
Dang, I would think that they should maybe open or look inside the bird or see if there's any technological stuff attached to it, because I've never heard anything like that. What the heck is even going on anymore? And what the heck do you think? Is that a real bird or is it fake? The second. So China is now coming out saying they want to run a high energy beam. They say space is just in a high atmosphere. They say this could be pushed to militaries. This could be used for potential. It says the space solar power plant will have 1 kilometer wide structure and will emit microwaves to Earth. Will emit microwaves to Earth. So something is being shot down like a frequency from the solar field. And it says, so what is behind the experiment? Is it really in the interest of collecting solar energy, or is there other ambitions linked to military interests and part of the regime? Now, the crazier part is, if you go deeper into this, I mean, China's troops have already been biologically engineered. We already know that stuff, and other militaries is doing the same exact thing. I mean, this video is out of them running like super freaking fast. Really, really, really fast. So let's say that they already put these chips on their troops and they can get powered solarly. And so through these enhancements, it would be different mechanisms they could activate. There will be potential wartime uses as well. Into this, because this has been happening more recently than not, right? Have you been noticing that? And I found something that is really interesting. And they keep saying, oh, all the oxygen is being absorbed by the ocean. These fishes are suffocating. And they give you their scientific reasons, but they never cover this one. The Army saying that we're going to control carbon. And that's not the only fish they're going to control. And they said we're going to use sound waves to hit them. And that frequency can pull the oxygen right out of the atmosphere. It's proven fact. Cell towers do the exact same thing. In California, recently, came out with just an X-ray laser, one of the world's freaking more powerful ones. And on a quantum level, with this laser, look at here, they keep us at negative 456 degrees. We're talking cold as Antarctica. And they're basically looking at the entire world on a quantum level. They can see events. They're saying that they can scan. The laser in question is LINAC coherent light source. It's able to produce up to X-ray flashes every single second. That's 8,000 more than the original laser. That means, and check it out, it can capture processes much more detail at an atomic scale. Perhaps the processes that have never been properly observed from there by studying quantum events at higher resolution than ever before. Quantum events. We're talking stuff that's in reality. CERN fired up this year. CERN's a part of the Serpent agenda. And we'll show you how that all is. And we're going to decode that for you right now. And this ties into the bigger picture of what we're actually dealing with. And let's get into what the story details. But make sure you take a close look to the following details that are coming up.
Large Hadron Collider. This is the beginning of a new season of physics into uncharted territory, because for the first time, the LHC will provide collisions with stable beams at the unprecedented energy of 13.6 tera electron volt.
They had a picture on the wall and it said LHC access. I had to make the image look clearer for you to be able to see it. And it shows a tree, which always is an ancient symbology of what we're dealing with. Well, it gets deeper. The guy who's behind the whole, so-called God particle, when he received his Nobel Peace Prize, this is what he stood on. It was an N. Now, there's some ancient Greek decodes for standing on an N. So in the decode, what does N mean in Greek language? None or none, which was used to mean serpent. They used NU specifically for the neutrino. It goes deeper than that. They got document servers telling you about what they're using. And then they actually use the snake symbol. Document server files here. This is literally from CERN. This is from the Department of Energy. Snakes, rotators, serpents, and the octahedral group.
The so-called Yanuka, which they have labeled him, the older Jewish rabbis have labeled him, is about to light this in the middle here. It's going to light it on fire. Here he is. The Yanuka is what they call him. The Jewish rabbis have labeled him that. And I want to show you something very, very interesting and get your opinion on what is actually taking place here. What exactly is going on? Because I've worked in media for a long time. I've worked with very advanced camera equipment and as an editor. And I can guarantee you that this is not a lens flare. This is not just something reflecting off of the camera. This is literally taking place. Now, the Jews are all dancing around this fire. I believe that this ceremony is called Lag BaOmer. And we're also going to take it into Photoshop and enhance it and see if we can notice anything deeper. Look at it. What is this? You see that? Look, it's flying up out of the fire. Now, it looks very strange what the fire is actually doing as well. If you take a look at the behavior of the fire, it is not normal. But this here is definitely not part of the fire. But it's very strange.
Beneath the earth in Antarctica? Like, did you have to go in ground for anything?
I was in
Were
ice
any of the
tunnels
buildings-
regularly. There's ice tunnels all over the place that I was in. A lot of the buildings, we had utility tunnels that connected our water supply, our waste supply. There was a ton of ice tunnels that I had access to.
Do you notice them using the tunnels for anything particular as opposed to like putting it on the top? Like, are they putting things in underground tunnels to like hide technology?
There's all, there's all kinds of stuff hidden in the ice. That's, a big portion of what I've been presenting is that the ice cube neutrino detector itself is a kilometer square item that's embedded in the ice. It's a kilometer by a kilometer by a kilometer of stuff embedded in the ice. 5,160 basketball-sized items called DOMs, digital optical modules, are embedded in the ice and operating under false pretenses. 1,000%. Yes, there's issues with things being hidden in the ice under false pretenses.
Getting into it here was a photo of what he says is some of the underground tunnels. Now check this out right here. Right here, they're saying recently, this was in January 26, 2024, city-sized holes on Antarctica's ice shelves offer a tantalizing window into frozen continent's underworld. Like it's either one or two things. Either you got something giant under there, and they have been saying the giant awakening. I put that in the last video. And I told you about the reptile eggs they found. Some huge reptile eggs. And here's the reptile egg right there, which they found in Antarctica a while back. Look how big it is. It was like, this was the biggest egg they've ever found. And so you're telling me there's nothing else underneath there? There's nothing else underneath there? They ain't telling you what's cracking under there. What y'all think cracking under there? What's cracking in the ice? What's really cracking the ice? Is it climate change? Or is it something else? And then he talked about the intergalactic trade. We're going to get back into the intergalactic trade because Admiral Byrd talked about he met some beings there, and we're going to go into his secret diary and stuff like that, which is not secret no more, obviously. Kilometers around the world This guy who went to the Antarctic research station, who did this in 2003. I said 2002. 2002, okay? He had the old cellular phone in 2002. Seriously though, he had an old cell phone. The video has come out now where he said he's seen things holding up the dome. Not just him, it was somebody else who also said they seen things holding up the dome. So I'm gonna let you see this clip. The guy right here is covering his face or whatever, and he says there's beams going through these things. They're supposedly holding up the dome. What do you think about this right here? This is some of the technology that supposedly we don't even know exists. And then there's another video. I know people are like, oh, well, it's just an old video, it's fake and stuff like that. But okay, so let's take you to another video clip right here where somebody else showed a video clip of it on their own exploration. Supposedly, like he said, they have these beams going through. You can see it right there. It's the shape of a pyramid, and then it has these beams that go through it. And supposedly at 53 kilometers all around, and mainly in Antarctica, they can see this. West Arctica is the one part of Antarctica where they can claim private land, and private individuals can take over spots like that. The guy who went here had a lot of courage. He actually felt something strange happen to him when he prayed against it.
About the stones and what I mentioned about the rituals. Look what it's called. Transcending. Come on, guys. Really? If you can't, I don't even, do I have to explain this? Now, I actually came here before and I prayed standing here. I'm going to show you. Right there. You know what happened? My feet started burning when I saw, because I was praying against this thing. But look, watch this. Look at this. Fallen ones.
We got to activate our power against these demons in this reality. We're not alone. We face a battle that's ancient together. Stargate Capernaum. Did you hear about this one? A video clip for you now. So you can see this video clip of this. They got these things. So check it out. You see, this is an old supposed Stargate. They got these two Illuminati cape people sitting out, and they're like some luminous figures. And it's this Stargate. You know, when you look up, the dude showed it on screen already. Where it's this entry where they probably was using this stuff a long time ago. Is what is the reptilian overlords up to? Speaking of reptilian overlords, General Milley, or Molly, however you say it, there's a video of him with the reptile eyes. And it's something that the military just did that kind of like really goes deeper into the whole reptilian agenda. So he looked like a reptile child. It's like, oh, is this mockery or is it just in our face? Horned Lizard Man deployed as Tinker Air Force Base mascot. Oh, we want to remind you of that one clip that I showed. The other dude was a controlled lizard, though. Check him out. But now you're going to look closer, and you're going to look closer, and you see the fly right there, the bug, and he licked it in. He licked it in. Is this creature like or what? I know you're freaked out by seeing. So I feel like some of them can control their lizardism more than other ones. But another thing you need to check out for it. Apparently, this is happening in a lot of places across America.
I'm telling you the details of this case because I want to make it very clear. These are the kinds of things that happen in Genesee County. They happen in Flint. They happen in Michigan. They happen around the country. People that have teeth that are filed down to points that are threatening to rip out the throat of victim.
So now you got demon people running around and stuff like that with the teeth and stuff like that, like literally sharpened teeth, like vampiristically. See it, but I can see clearly now. Can you? I mean, I don't know if you've been seeing this little red thing in the politicians' eyes and these red eyeball boys, but this is the thing. We're about to show you what's potentially being put inside of their eye and is being used for a specific purpose. So I need you to look at this and then analyze what we're going through here. So supposedly there's this viral drone that's being placed through their eye. And if you look at this thing closely, it's going to morph. And then this worm thing looks like it has some type of reptilian features on it. Look at it right there. Look, it looks like a snake almost. And then you can see the scaly-like structure on it. And as you look at it now, you can see the same thing.
So notice his eye right here. Notice Pence's eye, how it's red, and all of a sudden that redness just moved away. And the same thing happened to Queen Elizabeth. She had this huge like red eyeball one day. It was just like, that was a FedEx driver who landed off somewhere in Mexico, and he literally caught one of the probably Project Bluebeam ships landing.
Así era el pinche Zoom. La verga. Su puta madre. Está moviendo esa chingadera. Está aquí de volada. Como vi que bajó. Y me paré.
I mean, this right here, this clip, like I said, was in Mexico, and we don't have further details on it, but it was another clip I had come out where people found another ship just like that. Here it was in the field, and he said a little bit after that, then this thing started to take off, and that was the closest footage probably we've ever gotten, or you know, photo of this crap that they're going to try to pull. And in our modern times, a man thought he said he seen Jesus, but it probably wasn't that. This was a dark figure descending from the cloud. Are the cloud people still amongst us? You take a look.
Pablo Morales was outside his house in Burbank, California, when he saw something strange in the sky. The unidentified floating object looks like a person descending from the clouds.
Is that Jesus Christ?
In the video, Pablo can be heard telling his family he thinks it's the second coming of Jesus. Telling his mother in Spanish, it looks like a man.
Mom, es un hombre. Es un hombre.
Pablo and his family watch as the object keeps descending closer and closer to their roof. As it sinks behind the house, Pablo asks the group if they think it is balloons.
You don't think that's balloons? Looks like it's coming there.
But when he went to investigate, he says there were no balloons. He also says that because the family lives near an airport, drones aren't allowed.
Everything is questionable. Use your discernment. But are these beings in the sky deployed with pyramids and structures that in Castroville, Texas, something dropped out of the sky that we've never seen before. If you take a close look here, you see an object fall right next to the lightning while it's striking. What in the world was it?
So the Gateway Arch, if you look at it here, is a monument in St. Louis, Missouri. This monument, the height of it is about 630 feet. Here on screen, you can see the gateway, and you know some of the stuff was used for like teleportation and then beings coming through it. This is exactly what they were using this for. And the 630, I'm pretty sure is a specific reason they use that number in order to transverse through, because everything was built with a specific structured size and everything else. It's just like all of the monuments in DC and everything else. Somebody says the sky has been light blue at night now, and it is used to be pitch black. The sky is not normal. The sky is not the sky, basically.
There were multiple cultures and in history and mythology, speaking of cloud people. In Puebla of Southwest America, they worship cloud people, some supernatural beings from the underworld, they said, who bring rain and moisture to the earth. These cloud people were spirits of the deceased who lived a good life, they say, thereby taking the form of clouds in the afterlife. And the Native Americans also talked about myths and folklore of the clouds, according to Skitty Pawnee tribe, who lived in Nebraska. Clouds were the clothing of the gods of heaven. A god spreading his arms would cause the clouds to stretch across the entire sky. The early Navajo people believed.
An amazing discovery occurred at Ashtabula County in northeastern Ohio, which was once a large area which the Adena people collectively inhabited. Large serpent mounds were founded in local meadows there. Once the serpent mounds were excavated, a skull and jaw that was such a size, it was estimated that the actual white giant would have to have been at least 12 feet tall. After further excavations had been completed in the serpent mounds, they discovered another 2,500 to 3,200 skeletons of the Shinauki Winky Wayok, the white giant.
Supposedly dormant volcano in Pacific Ocean, and then they're finding another one in Bering Sea that's spewing methane. Volcano is crazy because the one in the Pacific that they found has some giant eggs. Scientists left speechless after discovering ancient volcano is still active. This one is in the Pacific, and it was covered in giant eggs. What type of eggs it is?
They're finna ramp this up huge, large funding. They're trying to kill us and take us out, no doubt. This video here, though, will help you understand how to navigate.
There you go. There you go. Some of it was a bit, I don't know. Some of it was like, oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. So I don't know. I like to see new things. Just in case there's any gems there for myself, right? Just in case there's any gems there for myself. You never know. D'Angelo in the building. What's happening? Ain't seen you in a little while. Big up. There you go. So just a quick little recap. Have a quick look at some of the pictures that we went over. Alright, don't forget that. We covered all of this. We went over this stuff. All of the apes. The throne. Alright. Where did we cover that? Over here. Right, there's your man again. Apollinarius. I'm trying to show you guys. I hope some of you don't understand what I'm showing you guys. Where's it gone? Right, MRI, quasar, sagittal. Right, Sagittari. This is it, the eye. Sagittari, right? Sirius, Suri. This is the eye. Red rose, the red eye, right? Right, so you're looking through the body. So what can you see through the room, the upper room? You can see the airs, right? You can see all of that stuff. It's telling you this part over here would be the air region. This is the eye. As you go down the stairs, as you go down the staircase, right? The spiral, the staircase, you come across different components. You're going into the truncated, right? You're going down into the truncated. Orion, that's the sun right in there. That's so that if that's the sun, that would be the optic nerve, the optic cable at the back, right? That's what they're showing you. There's the lens, the cross. Right. Yeah, lens, chamber, IO, globe. I do it different. I do it different. Showing you the muscles, the pulleys, how the muscles work. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Yeah, man, there you go. There you go. It's a bit different, but you know, you like it. I know you like it. But yeah, thanks for coming out, man. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for rocking out with me, man. Plenty more to come. Plenty more to come. You already know. Look after yourself. Love over war. London.
With the dealio. What? I gotta squeeze the juice out of the headphones. Jenkins. Yeah. Squeeze the juice out of the headphones. Yo. When you think of me, you think of a problem. Who, what, when, and how you gon' solve them. Automatic or revolver. KI double lesson. Here's the lesson. Most beams is infrared, but mine's is fluorescent. No matter where you go, I'ma spot you. No matter how many people you put me in front of, I'ma rock you. And if you try to be the hard top, I'm gonna drop you. I got to treat you like the clutch. Pop you, creep through in the 420 with your honey. Cause you ain't nothing but a playboy that turned bunny. And the only thing left to discuss is more money. In these bullshit games, these chickens try to run me. Y'all know y'all can't touch us. I flow luscious, it's so real, I make her hop out and get the Duchess. I'm sitting on 1,000 birds and I hide from the camera. Cause the picture's worth 1,000 words. And y'all herbs, y'all get what y'all deserve. Y'all do the catering while we just get served. And you got some nerve for PH and Jason. Do you have any idea who you facing? Just something about my shit you'll never figure out. It's too hot, burning my mouth. That's why I spit it out. It must be real hard for y'all to listen. And it's sad, niggas is too broke to pay attention. Chillin', sitting on the balcony, familiar. And all my niggas, all my guns, all my women. Next thing is, I should see about 1 billion. All for the love of drug billion. Yeah, chillin', sitting on the balcony, familiar. All my niggas, all my guns, all my women. Next thing is, I should see about 1 billion. Hey yo, niggas know the line of work. Bulletproof designer shirt, rolling with a China doll. She'll be reminding y'all, down to the underworld. Every block monitored, of course. Jadakiss and LOX boss. A pro, cause I grow off the shit that I've saw. You just another so-and-so, trying to flow, going broke. I'm trying to buy property, set it up for growing coke. Niggas making the movie, so I came to edit. Wiping everybody out right before the credits. I'm a hard guy to get along with, get on the song with. When shit be going right, I flip into the wrong shit. The prime artist expect me to rhyme hardest. / con artist, gon' get mine regardless. I ain't even big and I size niggas up, cause they eyes give them up. Look at them and see they butt. I'm 22 with 10 in, so there that go. You hear that flow? It drove the underground wacko. Ever since 12, I've been spitting like tobacco. Relax though, cop the tape, CD in the wax though. They wonder how. But the thing about ours, we open up 24 hours. Niggas don't sleep or eat, so when they speak it mean power. So you should keep quiet, you a coward. About to be laid out flat and pushing up flowers. Chillin', sitting on about $500,000. And all my niggas, all my guns, all my women. Next 2 years, I should see about $1 billion. All for the love of drug dealers. Chillin', sitting on about $500,000. And all my niggas, all my guns, all my women. Next 2 years, I should see about $1 billion. All for the love of drug dealers. Chillin', sitting on about $500,000. And all my niggas, all my guns, all my women. Next 2 years, I should see about $1 billion. All for the love of drug dealers. Money, chillin', sitting on about $500,000.